Commander's log, stardate 60139.1. For some reason, my collar feels tighter in this uniform than it ever has before. I have been promoted to commander and assigned as temporary commanding officer of this vessel while Hand and Frolic gallivant on some undisclosed mission. I have just been awoken by an urgent message from Chief of Security Krylov, declaring he has some urgent business he must speak to me about. And we are due to arrive at the Avlex system in, you said, 3-ish hours?
Computer corrects you and says about 6 hours.
In about 6 hours. Where, under the cover of delivering medical supplies, we must investigate their potential human rights abuses and log. And I will brew up a black coffee.
Do you have the meeting in your quarters or in the ready room?
Excuse me?
Where do you have them, in your quarters or in the ready room?
We'll go to the ready room.
Okay.
I imagine she'll brew herself like Bajorn blend black coffee and head over.
Oops, that rank is no longer correct. It's now just Commander Azamara. Mayra. Update.
If that ugly couch ends up in my ready room, there's going to be hell to pay.
We cut into the small hours before Alpha Shift as Ryloff is stepping out of the turbolift to attend to brief the commander of the ship on the rather unfortunate news he's received.
Ryloff, you muted.
That's rather more unfortunate than the last news I just received from Starfleet Security. So there's that. You know, it's getting worse.
It can only get better, right?
Yeah, sure. We'll go with that. He'll step out. He'll chime the button.
Oh, and this is a 3-threat game for the record.
Yeah.
Door chimes.
Enter.
And he will step through. Commander.
Lieutenant.
I have been made aware of a recent security update which has become relevant to our sector of operations. As a wider whole, the Narendra sector as its entirety.
Continue.
Transmission has been intercepted or detected in possible... Starfleet Intelligence loves its vague wording so that they can't be blamed. As far as they're aware, a possible Borg transmission has been detected in the Avlex sector. Or where we are going.
What do you mean?
And to clarify map-wise what that means, there's the Avlex system, but there's the Avlex sector, which also, it's... Whoopsie. It's this little area of the Shackleton.
Okay.
Whereas technically
Narendra. So it's just across the Shackleton border from Narendra.
Yep. Actually, you guys would be here now.
So within the sector that we are heading to, and with any luck not the specific system, there's potentially a Borg presence.
What do you mean by Borg transmission?
He'll look at his pad, intercepted transmission, recon cube, designation for recon cube that I am not going to read. Warp 2, SE 447887. You know, he'll read off some other things. Begin mission routine. If UFP military assets detected, isolate and destroy, else continue recovery of technological assets from local populace. If sufficient advancement of base assets detected, assimilate, else destroy. Report arrival at coordinate, and update as mission subroutines are achieved. Unimatrix override, recover assets. A identifying code that we do not have an means to determine what it means. Ultimate priority. As to exactly what they're looking for, I cannot say. But that is the transmission that has been intercepted and, I believe, decoded if we have it.
By the prophets. Really? There's a Borg advanced scouting party in this area, and they're sending a single ship. And thank you for this, Rybov. Is there anything else?
There is more. We are not specifically the only ship, although our mission orders do not change. The Kaptana and Wildfire, alongside ourselves, are to ID and verify if there are any Borg in the sector. We are personally to attempt to complete our ongoing mission in the Avlex system. In other words, carry on as if nothing has changed, but keep an extra eye out for the unusual.
Mm-hmm.
There is a House Sabita battle fleet which is being mobilized to defend Narendra Station in case that is their goal. Further Interior and Brimwood groups are being advised to be ready in case they are needed to be called in as reinforcements. For the present, I believe Starfleet security does not wish to cause a panic by issuing a general warning.
Understood.
There is a timestamp on the intercepted communications, though I don't believe it means anything to me.
Your guess is as
It
good
doesn't
as
look like
mine,
a Federation
Lieutenant.
standard timestamp to me.
No. And this
And
isn't. This is as translated as it is so far. There could be further translation or decoding that could be done. But once they got to this point, that's when they went. That's when Grennan went. You need to tell the Achilles what's going on. They don't know what they're walking into.
It's like,
Get
part
this
of
to
it
them.
is I believe the timestamp isn't
Get this to
decoded.
them 5 minutes ago.
Yeah. The timestamp either isn't decoded or it's not a timestamp that we recognize, which means this could be an incredibly outdated message.
Understood. Is that all, Lieutenant?
As of present time, yes, Commander. I shall be keeping a communications channel open with the Fleet Strategic Operations Officer, as is a advisory from the Admiral.
Of course. All we can do is continue as it is. Advise me if anything changes.
At present, I'm asking both of you to do a fitness medicine roll, difficulty of 1, as the possibility of having to face the Borg in person is a very chilling prospect for most officers because of the horror stories one hears of such encounters. But it's a low level one because you probably never. Wolf 359 was some time ago. Starfleet hasn't had a throwdown fight with the Borg for a very long time.
And you know, I had much bigger things on my hands at that time.
Yeah.
Oh, when was first contact?
Just before the Dominion War. Um,
Still has been a while, but yeah.
okay, a focus in meditation to keep my calm.
Sure.
All right, you said fitness med.
Fitness man, diff 1.
Okay, take a threat.
Sure.
Rerolling a 0. Is it not going to roll? I guess it's not.
It'll get there eventually.
There
There it
it
is.
goes. There we go.
Hey.
Momentum gain.
Paranoid is a trait.
Difficulties now 2.
Yeah.
Oh, does she see like your eyebrow twitch?
Inscrutable as a trait.
I guess not.
Complication
Yeah.
increase. People might not know that you're freaking out.
Exactly. Don't worry, it's not self-destructive at all, counselor. Survivor trait, probably not yet.
Yeah. No.
And defector, no. Yes, the Romulans fuck with a lot of that stuff, but that's mostly the Tel'Shar, and he was not one of them. Apparently, they fuck with that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Focus and paranoia definitely doesn't help me. I do
How to
not believe I
manage it
have
and
the
stuff.
focus. Maybe, yeah. Alright, and I mean, I've got a medicine too. I'll give you a... I'll spend that momentum, why not?
Yep.
Ha!
Oh no.
Yes! Hey.
You now have trauma 1 Borg.
Because of the complication.
The complication
Oh, it was diff
mean-
2. Shit, never mind. Yeah, I failed it anyway.
Yeah. But the base diff. Oh wait, no. If the base diff, that changes the trauma. Trauma 2. I'm sorry. Because the difficulty
You are
determines
the
trauma level.
worst officer for this to have happened to. I would have rather it happened to me.
You're welcome.
Complication. Your max stress for the duration of this until the trauma is treated at all is reduced by 1.
Do I see this?
Give me insight medicine. Difficulty 3 because he's bloody inscrutable.
Yep. Focus in psychiatry.
Yeah.
Yay.
Why couldn't it have been then? He already had plenty of traumas. What's going on?
All right. Take 3 thread.
Certainly.
I need to know. This is important. You're not covering this up.
Fuck. Clearly guile and cunning. He doesn't have that.
Okay. I mean, spend 2 threat. No, I'm just kidding.
There we go.
Hey.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that would not even be possible now anyway.
So yeah, you can tell that even though Rylov's doing his best, maybe through training, maybe through upbringing, he's trying his best to keep a stiff upper lip, a nice Romulan calm about it, and embrace the task at hand. But you can tell he's obviously perturbed, and already you can kind of see his eyes darting a little bit as the way he does when he's doing calculations. Usually he does that when he's in combat, like being actively shot at. He's standing in front of you, nowhere near Borg, nowhere near anyone shooting at him, and you can see he's in combat mode. Like he's at yellow, if not red alert in his head right now.
Okay. Fuck me. All right. Asa is going to like lean forward in her chair and draw a flat expression and say, "Lieutenant, please sit down."
Is that an order, Commander?
Yes.
He'll sit down.
Lieutenant, in your most honest opinion, are you fit for duty?
Yes.
If the Borg attack, if we get into any sort of combat, in fact, I need my security officer to be at his fullest. However, as your current commanding officer, I believe it would be a breach of medical ethics to perform an examination on you. So I am recommending, well, ordering that you undergo an examination from Counselor Zarpalt. Post haste.
It's probably the vaguely looking off like, okay, as a medical officer she can, as a commanding officer can she? Commanding medical officer?
Yeah, she would love to do it to you, but she does not want to be written
No,
up
in terms
for
of
it.
give him the order.
They can order an exam, and in the medical officer's opinion, they may say, "I refuse to do this because I see no need."
Oh.
But they may, because they can totally disagree with the CEO. Go, I don't think there's a medical reason to do this, so I'm not doing it. But it's like if I agree with the commander, well, then we're doing the exam.
Well, tragic because she's formerly technically still the medical CEO, so they're just gonna be like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, the downside of trying to
The
get out from medical
downside.
exams on a medical ship, it's like the CMO is the CEO.
Yes.
I am the Senate.
Yeah. But just the momentary pause as he's considering something, and it's like, no, that's not gonna work. Probably the same consideration he had when Penn gave him the order to go to counseling, and he was like, no.
No.
He's like, yes, Commander, as you instruct.
That is all.
He'll stand and leave.
As you walk to the door, she's going to say, "And Rylov,
Yes, Commander.
please put the effort in this time. There is no other person I would want manning the security station if we face down the Borg. I do not want to remove you from active duty, but I will if I have to."
Very well, Commander. Which does not confirm or deny anything in either direction, but
The inscrutable lieutenant makes for a great intelligence officer. Makes for a cruddy mental health patient.
the best part is he's not even an intelligence officer.
Yeah.
With the amount of reprimands he gets, I believe he's considered an intelligence threat.
Hey,
The last recommendation you gave him resulted in a reprimand.
Despite
welcome for
his
that.
rather unstable mental state, I think he's a perfectly good officer.
Despite, he may torture people, but he's really good at extracting information. And I would
When has he
like,
tortured anyone.
it was an exaggeration, but yes, I would like to formulate a secure line of communication with Narendra Station. But I have to go for a couple minutes. I'll be right back.
Okay, we'll actually cut to elsewhere. Where is Rylov heading straight to medical? Is he adhering to order?
He unfortunately cannot avoid that order, so yes.
Okay, and actually,
Because he does have my loyalties to the chain of command as a value.
like,
So
I may disagree with this order, and I don't like it, but it is an order, so fine.
yeah. Just begrudgingly sending a message to whoever his second is. I don't even know if we know who that is. Let me check.
I am back.
Oh, welcome back.
Yeah, no. It's none of the support staff we have in the security tab is the second because they're all senior chiefs. Or a
apart
cadet.
from yeah. Well,
The cadet is not the second in
make one,
command of
then.
security.
Actually, we can resolve before we do A's roll. We can resolve your roll unless you want to role play it out. We can shorthand the roll here a bit. Find you again. Where'd I put you?
I mean, sure.
There you go.
I mean, he's going to be standardly vague.
Your inscrutability will make his check a little harder.
Yeah.
So
It's like, I'm going, and I'm cooperating ish.
So, Counselor Zarpalt, the Klingon, full Klingon, yeah, Klingon civilian doctor. Well,
Oh, come on. It's just getting worse.
will do his best to treat you. If someone will grab Ram Zarpalt to roll for him.
I've got him.
It is presence plus medicine, difficulty. The base trauma is 2, so diff is 3. It's increased by 1 because Ryloff is paranoid.
A pain in the ass.
And I hadn't written in the other trait that we got him.
What's that?
The because we're trying to figure out how to word it, but essentially mistrusts Klingons.
Difficulty 5.
Yeah.
Assisted by computers plus medicine. Ryloff may or may not assist with presence plus medicine.
Difficulty 5? What are they, strapping him down to the chair and demanding he do thought exercises? How
No,
is
he's
it
just
that
like-
high?
So the base trauma is 2. You add 1, you plus 1 to the difficulty to determine how to treat the trauma. So that's 3. 1 because he's paranoid and or inscrutable, so he's hard to talk to, and apparently has a thing against Klingons, so he's the most uncooperative patient.
They did murder his family, remember?
What?
So that feels like a fair grudge to hold.
This is a nightmare patient for Zarpalt right now.
I'm
Like-
sure she's going to get like a very strongly worded letter about this later on.
Yeah,
Oh, he's gonna try and punch him.
GM.
yeah.
Jeez.
They have a talent psychoanalyst. Is that going to kick in here?
I'm sorry, Isda.
It's okay, sweetie.
It-
You just might be playing a supporting character.
Oh god, if we have to have a supporting
You-
character during this particular arc, that'll suck.
The psychoanalyst talent would work here if you wanted to increase the steps and ask extra questions. Because it doesn't reduce difficulty; it just lets you gets you questions.
Yeah.
I mean, from a gameplay perspective, it's a terrible idea to go for a supporting character. But if she thinks he cannot handle the stress of fighting the Borg, she has to.
Yeah, because his difficulty and complication will increase by his trauma number.
Yeah.
See,
Mhm,
now,
mhm.
that also depends on if the counselor is aware of how critically they have failed.
Oh, can I say I told him that my concern is that he has trauma about the Borg, so that like he knows that.
You could assist because you are a counselor.
Okay.
So you made a quick you made an on the spot call. And actually, I will say you would think on first blush, because I'll say because you're a counselor character for free, that the average Starfleet officer would probably face, when told they're facing the Borg, would face a Diff 1 task, just because it's one of the horror stories of Starfleet service. There's lots of ways to die in Starfleet, and one of the most horrible ways is the Borg, because you don't actually die. You know. So most officers don't respond to that very well, which, yeah. So at
Okay.
least he has trauma 1.
So I can assist with presence medicine.
Totally.
Focus in xenopsychology or counselling?
Both would work. Either would work, I should say.
Okay, I'll go for counselling. I'm going to spend... Actually, I'll just give you 6.
Threat?
Yeah. Well, I'm not giving you 6 momentum.
Oh, you could have spent 2 of it.
Yeah, go into debt. That's a mechanic, right?
Yeah, go into debt.
Yeah, momentum debt.
That's for the Frankie game I run.
I
$50 an
can
hour.
see it.
God, if anyone would pay me $50 an hour to run a game, that's just so exorbitant. I'll take the first roll, thankfully.
Oh, okay. Oh,
there
thank
was
God the
2 rolls
first.
there, we
Oh, thank God the
Oh.
first roll's better. So I've got the mouse in a different slot where it disappeared. The double click. Guess what's back, baby?
Of course. 3, 4, 5, 6, plus the ship's computer's medicine.
Let me know if it rolls twice.
Just once.
And you said Rylov could assist.
Yep.
And he was instructed by Aza to actually be cooperative. So he has to be. Like that is his value. He does have to be.
Yeah.
However,
that
there's the
worked.
downside of paranoid and mistrust Klingons.
Complication increase by 2. What would you know about Lost Klingon? All right. I understand you're mad, but like we need to get past this. I'm not past this.
Damn, I
Not
actually
without
helped.
Good. Confrontation is a healthy trait to have for a
Yeah.
Klingon. Let's try that again. Please stop trying to punch me.
Bring me with a lack of oxygen.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8.
Just gonna say I'll be back in a second.
Sure. So, Rylov, your trauma goes down by 1. Unfortunately, you can't treat this again until a new session.
And my maximum stress is still reduced.
No, it's been treated at all. The maximum stress comes back.
Never mind.
Because that was imagine like this. It was a present weight that you were like Rylov wasn't 100% sure he was. Oh, I am being stressed out. All right. Now I know I'm stressed out. I can try to work with that.
However, I am also never going to admit it.
Oh yeah. Counselor Zarpalt is sworn not to. And at present, Counselor Zarpalt would be willing to divulge that although Rylov will have increased difficulty when dealing with the Borg, he is not incapacitated, in my opinion.
In that case, I will not suspend Rylov from active duty, but I will I will not even put this in his record, but I will keep an eye on him and make sure that if we have to, we can.
And as just to give you all a sort of a bar, which I would as an NPC say that if the trauma was equal to or more than your your department score, then at that point you can't even do your job. You can't even do simple tasks in that job. Which Vince had difficulty, but I think all his trauma stayed below his science. That's why I've never picked on him that much. It's like anyone that makes his job harder, but he's not incapacitated. But yes, I believe Aza wanted to communicate with the Rinter Station.
Yes.
That is, you require control plus engineering difficulty of, you call out ahead, 1, 2, 3. Oops.
Depending on how difficult I want this communique to be.
Yep.
Okay. I have an engineering score of 1, so I would like to call up my good friend Arlen and get him to set this up for me.
I will alert you that it is currently gamma shift. It doesn't start for 3 hours, so if you call him, he's in bed.
Yeah. Well, if I had to start my day up, that means all of my other senior officers can do so as well. And ultimately, he is the one.
Nope.
Legitimately, he is the one gone.
I quit.
There might be a call going on, but well, actually, take this opportunity to cut over to your quarters. I could find out where my little quarters tile is. Where did I put it?
Wait, you're not putting us at general quarters, right?
I will if you make that joke again. Just all in your.
Oh, neat. Bulk drone sheet.
But
Come on, my jokes are red alert. At least a yellow.
Blue alert's a navigation hazard. Um, oh, you know, you're a senior officer. You'd get a full proper room actually. Oop, so I have the wrong things, not these. But boop, boop. Oh, I was putting on the map later. That would have been dumb. Arlen,
Guessing.
you find yourself in a new scene. So I actually have to steal these.
No, I'm back.
Oh, you're back? Okay. New scene. And you find yourself waking up really early. Not due to a call, you just kind of had this dream where you saw your husband talking with somebody in a holographic lab, one like the sort of ones you'd have in astrometrics, but like with a different thing, and explaining some complex astro navigational phenomena. And after the other officer left, he turned to an opening door, and then you saw him being shot, and then that's what woke you up 3 hours before your shift.
Oh, that's not okay. Can we not do that?
Too late, already happened.
You do remember that from your sessions you've had back at Narendra and on the way here, that this may be an echo of the stresses you're going through. Your dreams may be, now that you're unlocking the wound, as it were, you're kind of exposing yourself to it. So this is kind of a good thing, as unpleasant as it is.
Part for the course, my subconscious is actually addressing the issue.
Yeah. I mean, it's now like, oh god. And on top of that, you hear a chime over the comm system. As your
Audio
combat just
only.
beeping, probably, actually.
Yeah. Audio only. Arlen here.
Lieutenant Arlen, can you come up to the ready room? I need to establish a secure communique stream with Narendra Station, and you're the one I trust most for this job.
Something matter?
Well, I can't exactly tell you that right now, but I wouldn't be calling you at this time of day if I thought someone else could do it.
All right. Can I have like 15 minutes to wake up and get dressed?
Sure.
All right. I'll be up and shake myself up. Arlen out.
You said.
Asa, you hear footsteps and moving around.
He cut the comms. Did you mean like in my office?
He didn't cut the comms from what I heard.
I said out.
Oh, you did? Okay, I didn't hear it, so I was like, are
Yeah.
you just moving around with an open phone? do that.
Arlen, you're hot micing. Can you turn down your audio sensitivity? So you spin the badge upside down.
Go. There is blinking
yeah,
lights on these stupid things.
I get dressed and I get fruity but high caffeine drink.
I thought for sure you were about to say, "Yeah, I'm dressing fruity," and I was like, "Okay, sure, whatever floats your boat."
Your choice of drink is actually pretty good. It kind of wakes you up a bit, and the flavor actually seems to be pretty all right.
Nice. All right. Shake that off. I'm going to take a moment and stare out at the stars and see if I can, and just by myself process that dream. Is it that I'm afraid that he's going to get hurt? I'm gonna hurt
What's
him.
your trauma at right now? 2. Give me insight medicine
And
difficulty 3. And you have
I
advantage.
have an advantage on that roll from Aza.
Yep. And so that puts it to a diff 2.
All right. I don't think positive reinforcement in stays. That's per session.
Permission.
So it's still there. Okay.
Yep. So that advantage pulls it down to 1, I believe, because it's a advantage for you. It's positive reinforcement as an advantage would make sense.
Okay. Or if I have anything resembling a focus.
Introspection. Dream interpretation, parapsychology.
Yeah, I got nothing.
Psychology, I suppose.
Yeah. How about a lateral thinker or trait to take the symbols and branch out different meanings from them?
I will information because of that.
Excellent. Adventurous. Seen the gate trait.
Complication increase.
Oh boy. And ADHD, not sure, or if that's gonna pull anything.
I wouldn't say so, because you're kind of in a controlled environment, so this room's probably made in such a way that it makes you comfortable to think in. It's not a very distracting or over stimulating space, because you control the space, right?
Yeah, I do control the space, so.
I suppose if you were in like security, it's like you'd have no control. There's all kinds of stuff. It's like, no, I don't like being here.
I'll take a momentum.
Sure.
Just because I'm kind of low on this roll. To re-roll the pool.
Oh no, you hit it because between the advantage
yeah.
from earlier and positive reinforcement, you just hit it.
Okay.
Your trauma goes down by 1. This is also reflecting that you've probably been doing this for the last 5 days. Like this is something that's kind of on and up and happening to you. You've kind of had to deal with. Lateral thinker will tell you that maybe Yolan might be in trouble. You don't think he's in immortal danger or anything, but you comprehend that even as a civilian, when you look out into the strangeness between stars or the mysteries of stars, the further from the core worlds you get, the more as a Starfleet officer, you know that there's more unexpected and wondrous things that exist in the unexplored frontiers. But your trauma wanes a bit in the sense that it's like you have some certainty that he is not only a Federation citizen, he has a lot of friends in Star, and he has a lot of friends on the Achilles. So if he was in trouble, you doubt Yolan would shut up about it and would ask for help.
Yeah.
If it was something outside of his field, if it was something within his field, he probably would keep it to himself because he's fairly confident, bordering arrogant, but he's very confident of his ability to figure out certain puzzles. But if it's outside his realm, he will totally ask for help from somebody else. And you don't think he'd hide that? You don't think he'd not tell someone if he was in trouble?
Okay,
Yeah.
so the fact that he hasn't me or anyone else is probably a reassuring sign that even if he is in trouble, either he has it or he knows someone who can handle it.
Your drink is now empty. But you've been standing here pondering the stars for a good 15 minutes.
All right. Up, and I'm going to set up this collect call.
And as you leave your room, the computer on your desk, the camera zooms in on that as you're leaving. A little light flickers, indicating that a message has been received. You've seen as Arlen arrives on deck 2 of the briefing and bedroom area.
At first, I hang around on the brief room table, kind of expecting Aza to take it. Then, oh yeah, Zio, I should. And I chime the CO's door.
Aza is going to like turn off her pad, like flick the screen on her pad that she was reading about the Borg on, and slide it under the table and say, "Come in."
I enter.
Thank you. I know this is out of hours, but I really could only trust you. I need a secure, highly encrypted channel between here and the Admiralty office on Narendra Station.
Okay, on a scale of 1 to 5, how secure are we talking?
That's a way to do it.
If you can pull it, 4 or 5, sir. Lieutenant.
I could probably you do something with that.
From the door, no less.
Erp.
So you go over and spin around the Aza's console to program it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What difficulty are you aiming for?
I don't think past pushing the red line is gonna help, because like a couple extra momentum's not gonna help on this, is it?
I would also rather you not like fry my or not even mine, but fry Penn's comm screen. Like
It's not
I
gonna
prefer the
fry
connection
the-
just work. You
It's
don't
not
have
gonna
to like
fry the
overcharge
comm
the
screen.
power on it and make the screen explode.
I was gonna overcharge the power where I was gonna overclock it. There's a difference.
One blows up, one melts.
Exactly.
What's that burning copper smell? Uh-oh.
All right. Let's go diff 5.
Okay, diff 6, because you're overriding from not the engineering console.
Okay.
Or communications console.
Or comms console, yeah.
Lateral thinker trait.
I'll bring it down by 1, because you're trying to do some lateral. You're trying to think of weird codes that are hard for people to guess at.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
While still saying somewhere that Starfleet will understand.
Yep. Limit brochure.
Well, you haven't pushed any limits. You just have a really complex code.
Okay. I guess.
Limit
I
pusher would
guess
be
that's
if
fair.
you were trying to do like div 6, right?
I suppose that's an argument. Yeah, you're right. I'll take it. Pull it down to
Alright.
5. So wait, 5
4.
and 4. Yep. Because the base number's 6. Yep.
Yeah. Not sure adventures is gonna kick in.
No.
All right. Seen the gate.
Complication increase.
All right. And this is control engineering. Focus in technical insight, what these computers can produce, and how complex of a code I can give them.
Sure.
All right. 3 threat.
Do said I.
What's the ship assistant?
Comms engineering.
Okay.
Hell. Could have made just the base
Who
roll.
wants momentum?
We gain 3.
You have a you get a confirmation message back from Ranger Station on the encrypted channel.
Thank you, Arlen. You are dismissed.
Thank you. I will be on the bridge. I'm just gonna go on the bridge and like help out with the last part of Gamma Shift, I suppose, or do some diagnostics.
It is before your shift. Do not overexert yourself. This is maybe not the most important mission in the world, but we must always be vigilant.
I have nothing else to do, so.
As you wish.
So Arlen exits.
Yep.
Arlen, since you're heading straight up to the bridge, give me fitness engineering difficulty 2. Because you are starting your shift a little early, which can screw with your mind. Yeah, screw with your stress a bit.
All right.
God, I couldn't imagine going into work 3 hours ahead. I'm like, oh my God, why am I here? I want my coffee. I want my cereal. I want the leave me alone time. Oh, I'm in the office 3 hours. Sorry, 2 hours and 45 minutes. Minus, I don't
Well-
know, another 10 minutes because of chatting with the boss.
I am a limit pusher.
Sure, I'll dig your diff down to 1.
All right. ADHD. I'm choosing something stimulating I need to do to warm myself up.
I'll give you complication increase because your fatigue may mess with you a bit.
Yeah. Okay. I don't think there's anything in focus. Technical insight.
No. I will say because of the cough you had earlier, you basically have 2 covered ice worth if you do fail this.
Okay.
Because you've taken a stimulant that's actually pretty good for you, so you're actually in a pretty peppy mood. Because at least you got your morning coffee and you were allowed to wash up. Otherwise, this difficulty would have been higher if you just literally raced from bed into uniform outdoor. I'd be like, and I'm coming after you.
Yeah, I don't think I have a focus. Unless like Starfleet protocols.
Starfleet Protocol would say, wait for your shift.
Darn it. All right, no focus.
The XO sets your shift for a reason. In collaboration with the CMO, which would be the CO.
All right. Take a threat.
Certainly. Oh no. Well, you did hit it actually. It was diff 1, diff 2,
I did
down
hit
to
it.
diff 1.
Positive wait, if I did hit it, let's just do the bold reroll on the complication.
There you go. Get a momentum out of it. So even though you started a little early, you know what? You were kind of in a restless mood anyway, and this is, instead of this being detracting, it actually is helping your mood a bit. Sometimes people wake up early. It happens. Arlen seems to be an early riser. A little 3 hours early as someone who makes me want to hate him, because no, I am not a morning person at all, and the people who are drive me nuts. Come on, let's go for a run.
But-
no, I'm good, thanks.
Yeah, but it's good. Like, if I'm gonna be up anyways, I might as well do something productive rather
Yeah.
than just twiddle my thumbs and
That's
try
me
to
the-
just wait for my shift.
That's me the other way. I'm up super late because I'm a night owl, so. But yeah, Aza, you have a secure communication with Narendra Station. You may open the channel at your leisure.
I will open the channel. Remind me out of character, who is in command of Narendra Station right now?
There's a few people in the chain of command. So the first person you're gonna get is Captain Pend, because he is your most senior. Commander Thorlick is not available, so it goes to Captain Pend's desk. But there are other people. If you wanted to skip Pend for some reason, there's Rear Admiral Grennan, who is the interior group, your group of ships command, and then there's the Vice Admiral, who manages the entirety of the Shackleton. And then there's the various staff officers, so the strategic officer, intelligence officer, the admiral's adjunct, each of the admiral's adjunct.
Can I spin for the Rear Admiral or the Vice Admiral if possible? Because this is quite important.
Ooh, you can. For 1 momentum, you can get to Grennan. For 2 momentum, you can get to the Vice Admiral.
Grennan, how much do you want to be bullied right now?
I mean, always.
All right, we'll put Grennan on the horn.
Ah, god damn it! Hold on.
Like, I'm just going to point out the fact that you've skipped Pend is not going to hurt his feelings in the slightest. It's like, all right, fuck it, I don't care. Less paperwork for me.
What she wants to talk about is something that I know is not your fault, and I feel like you would agree with her in this. So
It's like, what do you yell? There's no reason to yell at me. I only just learned the same time you did. There he is. Boop. You find yourself in communications with Rear Admiral Harmon Grennan, commanding admiral of the interior group of the Shackleton Fleet Operations.
Babyface.
Yeah. One of the youngest
Brennan.
admirals in service right now.
Admiral Grennan, we may have spoken once or twice before, but I don't think we've been formally introduced. It's a shame that it has to be on such formal terms.
Right. You're currently in command of the Achilles right now,
Yep,
while Pend is here on Narendra, right?
that is correct. We are executing Operation Omicron 8.
Rear Admiral Brennan would presumably be familiar.
Yeah, this is one of his ships. You're informed of all 3 of your ships are doing.
Yep.
I do not know if you know, but I have just received an intelligence report from Starfleet Intelligence detailing Borg activity in this sector. And quite frankly, sir, there are 3 Starfleet vessels in this ship, none of which are capital ships. And while I have full faith in the crew of the Achilles, I am concerned that in the execution of this mission, we are unduly risking the lives of Federation citizens to have such little coverage out here when, quite frankly, there's a risk that there's a Borg cube lurking in the smoke.
I understand the concern. Um, Believe me when I say that you're not the only ship that's being informed, and as you are quite likely aware, a number of forces are being mobilized in preparation, just in case. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm reading a bunch.
Read
Oh
first and then
yes, and
talk.
also this seems like a relevant time to do it. Grennan presses a couple buttons. I'm sending you our current tactical updates, which is my fancy way of saying activating strategy and tactics for the admiral's focus.
Okay. And actually, in those plans, I won't even make a roll for this. In the plans, Aza is now aware that the vice admiral of the Shackleton Fleet Operations is aware of the situation and is already it is at the moment talking with his staff and planning for moving assets from other fleets, like the Fifth Fleet and the Seventh Fleet, to your location. And at the moment, Grennan himself, when you called him, he was in a meeting with the other admirals under the vice admiral to talk to you, which they didn't. That was a no. One of our ships in the area wants to know what's going on. Don't leave them in the dark. This is not the time.
That's not fair to them.
And plus, they knew Penn would kick up a storm if you decided to screw with his ship. It's like, yeah, let's not screw with Penn. He's here. He could punch us.
He'd show up to the meeting with a loaded phaser. I understand that resources are limited, and I will execute my mission to the best of my ability. But I see no other option than to submit a formal complaint that I believe this is an undue risk to send a ship into such territory under such conditions. And I would like the Vice Admiral to receive such complaint.
As it stands right now, you're the ship that's best positioned to be able to check in on matters in that area, especially given your current mission. And he gives a very knowing look of, we both know what your mission is.
Even under encryption, you're being careful about talking about what the actual operation is.
Yeah.
But do you know how many spies operate in this area? Go ahead.
There's a whole cult of spies out here.
2, 3, 4 different powers currently.
Yeah,
that's all the big ones.
That sounds about right. As it stands, if the Borg are approaching the area, that means that planet that you're heading to is in grave danger. And to just abandon them, he just shakes his head. That's not how Starfleet operates.
I know.
Also note, because of the advisory, you now have the capability, especially since you've spoken with Grennan, to summon the Kaptanar wildfire with spending their scale in momentum or threat. That basically is you blasting a "get over here now" message, and they'll just hammer it at like they'll melt their engines trying to get to you.
Mhm.
But they're kind of spread out in the sector, going, we're trying to look for this ship while you're doing your thing, but if you need us, let us know and we'll race over."
Yep.
Because you love making me talk to myself. Go ahead.
Brennan just says, as it stands, the Katana and the Wildfire are performing similar sweeps to you in I presume empty space. Are they just doing it in like The space between, as it were.
They are so the both of them have some sensor silhouettes, so they would activate those, and they're basically on they're on a hunt pattern. They'll probably check in with some of the colonial branches, see if any listening posts see any new targets, but really the tip of the spear is the Achilles, because it's the one with it's the larger ship with the larger sensor suites. The Katana is more likely to see something than the Wildfire. Wildfire's for shooting, not for seeing.
Just know, Commander, that should you detect the any Borg activity, the Katana and the Wildfire will be completely at your disposal. Make no mistake about that.
And to translate a bit, I will point out to you, Commander Aza, that you are the junior officer to the captains Katana and Wildfire, but the Admiralty has seen fit to situate you as the fleet commander.
She's just going to nod solemnly and say, heavy lies the head that wears the crown, but I understand and I will do my duties to the best of my ability, sir.
Very good. Hopefully that assuages some of your concerns, at least as far as matters can be when the Borg are involved. Now, if there's nothing else, I do have to return my focuses to, well, the larger scale strategic planning.
I understand.
But I will keep you apprised if any relevant developments come up.
Of course. Have a nice one,
Kill me if you
Admiral.
let any. Pen would kill me if I let anything happen to that ship. So.
Well, I will make sure to bring her back in a condition where he does not feel the need to kill you. Maybe just assault.
Grennan offers a wry smile.
Okay.
Rear Admiral Grennan out.
Yeah, she's going to end the call and sit back in your chair and let out a long sigh, and then do a quick prayer for the prophets, and then, start getting ready for the mission at hand.
Do you head up to your shifts to the bridge early, or do you take what's remaining of your break time, supposedly, before you get up to the bridge?
But yes, I do want to say yes. I would like to make sure the rear admiral receives or the vice admiral receives the complaint form that she will do this mission, but she thinks it's very dangerous.
Yep.
And that the ship should have backup. And then, okay, I want. Yeah, I'll just go up on the bridge. We can't really formulate a plan until we know more, so I will go onto the bridge and just provide like a comfort and a presence to the crew.
Give me fitness command, difficulty of 2.
Okay.
See, it tickles me when you say the admirals don't want to annoy Pend. It's like, this is not how that should work.
All right.
Remember,
Yeah,
Penn
normally
doesn't give
no,
reports.
but-
He just stares down at the admirals until he gets the information he wants.
Okay. Focus in empathy or conversation.
I'll take conversation. As you get onto the bridge and get underway, you're kind of loosening up a bit, trying to relax a little bit as you're getting settled.
Friendly and, jovial matriarch to the crew. And now, you said diff 4, right? Or 3?
Oh God, 2.
2. Okay. 1 momentum then. No, you know what? 3 momentum for 4.
Also new seeing, because we're heading up to the bridge.
Diff 2 game.
Yeah, Aza, you have the opportunity to run into Gamma Shift and kind of chat with some of them as they are And you kind of have the. You see, none of the other senior staff have been summoned up, unless. Oh no, he's down. A certain security officer is down in medical.
Begrudgingly.
Begrudgingly, and you know the counselor is not going to let him wander around. It's like no, he's going to stay here until the new shift because let's not add to his trauma by making him be at station hours ahead of time.
Yep.
Do you summon anyone early to the bridge, or are you going to do some stuff before proper alpha shift?
I don't really think so. Like, I would formulate a plan, but I would like to know more about the system and what's going on first. And we can't really do that before we get there. So I will wait for alpha shift and for our arrival.
Okay. So, anything in particular Arlen is doing before the rest of alpha shift arrives?
He's gone bio.
Well, he ducked into the refresher, so. Eventually, alpha shift rolls round. Ensign Ven and Lieutenant Ryloff enter the bridge, as does your flight officer and XO. Good morning, Captain. Oh, Commander, sorry, right. Habit.
Technically, we are supposed to call her captain.
But she insisted on Commander. It's like, whoops, sorry, you asked us not to do that. Right, you're right.
Morning.
Am I aware of the parameters of the mission, just so I don't metagame?
You know about Omicron. You know about Omicron, Nate. You were there for it, for the briefing.
Okay,
but I don't know about the Borg stuff.
That was my impression, is that the senior staff know about the Borg, know about the Omicron 8 stuff, but not the Borg stuff.
Yeah, only Ryloff and Asa currently knows that.
Okay. In that case, I'm not gonna do any like weapons overclocking stuff, but I would at least run through do some standard maintenance, maybe create an advantage, is that we've checked all the systems before we go into potential combat.
I call it control engineering, diff 2 assisted by structure plus engineering to kind of do get some level 4 diagnostics, you know.
Yeah.
So those take about an hour or so to do. You're like, well, I have a couple hours ahead of time, so why not?
Yeah, I do some level 4 analysis. Lateral thinker, or check the systems I maybe won't normally check. Be more expansive of a check.
At present, that is of no benefit. It doesn't hurt you though, but it's not of any benefit.
Fast thinker, maybe we can get this done quickly, or
no,
not really under time pressure. In fact, the opposite.
No, because largely a level 4 diagnostic is telling the computer to do a very specific diagnostic, and you're monitoring it, which that process takes about an hour to do. There's not a whole lot of ways to make it go faster. If it was a level 3, level 2, level 1, then yeah, those take days, weeks to do, and then you have to start being creative. It's now you're not just doing programming, you're doing actually crawling around places trying to find out what's wrong, or people under your command are doing it. At level 4, you're just telling the computer to do a check, and you're asking the guy down in main engineering, hey, do you see the same thing I'm seeing? Because if either of you disagree, then you're like, well, wait a minute, why is that? Either something's wrong or there's something wrong with the diagnostic software.
Okay. ADHD, am I hyper focused on this, or is this boring and distracting? I'll let you roll fate dice or something on this.
Neither way.
Anyway. Technical insight focus. Did we cover that?
Yep.
Right. One threat.
One threat eye.
Oh, I know my ship. Determining the source of a technical problem ahead of time.
I was wondering if you're gonna remember that one.
Okay. In that case, 2 threat, and I'll roll 4 dice.
Gotcha.
Oh my goodness! Now I'm scared. I'm getting all these good rolls out now.
And that's structure engineering.
That's right.
That was diff 2. Jesus, we gained 5.
All systems report green. Diagnostic software is operating normally.
Diagnostics.
Diagnostics.
Uh,
Could we spend that to create the advantage that we could get like a reroll on a engineering system for the starship, just because we're so far ahead of diagnostics?
You kind of have an advantage in place that will help with engineering roles for the next while, because you
Okay.
have, if anything's broken or damaged, it's easier to do because you have a baseline level 4 diagnostic that you did early.
Okay, I'll take that.
That's just from the
Not
roll.
letting that-
Do you wish to spend the momentum for extra information or establishing out some other advantage?
Possible advantage of through this scan, we found that the transporter systems are working smoother than usual.
You could make that
efficiency. Yeah, we increased the efficiency of the transporter systems and got the cycle time down by 30%.
Yeah, and maybe we've made sure that they can compensate for the weirdness of the background radiation of the Shackleton to prevent that from causing problems.
Yeah, that's a good way to start for 2. I'll totally take that. So you have a transporter advantage. As it seems, the transporter sub department was already like they were playing around with something. It's like, hey, we think we're tuned in. It'll help with the Avlex system. It won't help elsewhere because the Shackleton is a patchwork of electromagnetic fields. But hey,
at least now we have a running theory on how to compensate the transporter or systems for Shackleton in general. We'll just have to retune it every time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You have to recalibrate every time you move so many light years.
Sometimes not even light years.
Yeah. We move 500 meters to the right, and we have to recalibrate. What? I know, this stupid expanse.
All right,
Commander Aza. I've done taken the liberty of doing some diagnostics, and we found some extra efficiency in the transporter system, so that should help with any evacuation we might have to do.
I understand. Thank you for that, Lieutenant Arlen. Lieutenant Shishashrier, what is our arrival time?
She looks over the shoulder of the nav officer. Calculations show. She nods with them, and the navigation person taps and doubles checks. Nods. Approximately 3 hours, Commander.
Understood. Ensign Ven, can you conduct a long-range scan of the system before we arrive?
Of course, Commander.
Reason plus science. Difficulty 3 because you're scanning something very far away from you. Assisted by sensors plus science.
And what she is going to do is she is going to get up and kind of do like a walk around the bridge where she talks to every person, checks in, makes sure things are okay. You're good, you're comfortable, any things you have to report. And then when she gets to Rylov, she wants to lean over and look at his console and say into his ear, and I fully expect you to be keeping an eye out for what we talked about before.
I would enjoy extra questions. I'm going to spend 1 momentum for a 3rd die.
I would have to do this before you roll.
What are you thinking of doing?
I was going to redline the sensors by 1, so you get an extra bonus momentum.
Oh
One
God!
complication. It's not that bad,
Well,
guys.
I mean, as long as Arlene puts it towards Aza, it's up to Aza.
No.
I had to
Yes,
tell it
I'm-
for a reason. Guess I'm letting me have my fun.
Rerolling that comp. There we go. That's 3 hits. And someone needs to roll the ship sensor science.
5 on a defragging 2.
And I roll nothing on my untapped.
No, I'm not bitter.
Oh, I should probably show you what I'm looking at. Sorry. Where is everything? Yes, boss music. That's what I should be playing right now.
Why do I hear
Why is the
boss
Latin
music?
choir starting up?
Why am I hearing some random in the distance?
I get tapped on the shoulder. And I'm about to send you a report on the system in more detail. I may have sent this already, but I'll give it to you again just in case. I did. I thought I did, but I did not. Hello, Discord? There you go. I'm just sending a file. I'm not reprogramming the universe. There you go.
Why not?
My computer wouldn't be able to do it. You see the following on screen.
Oh,
And you have a
that
detailed.
always a good sign. When you have to send me the information as a PDF. What? Okay.
Oh, are you using the system generator from?
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, okay. Oh, weird. Weird. It's just the one?
Yeah.
Whoa. I think my free question I'm going to ask is how common is that for a star system to only have a single planet in it?
It happens. Among the million stars that exist in the galaxy, sometimes there's just one planet. Sometimes there's 12. Sometimes there's a bunch of there's multiple asteroid fields. It happens.
And I don't know if this is a free question or not. Or not a extra question. Am I seeing that Romulan ship?
Uh-huh. It's
Oh,
cloaked.
lovely. Oh, it's cloaked.
You hit my number.
Yeah, it's super hidden.
Oh, you mean there was like a hidden difficulty 5
Mm-hmm.
that I had to
Nice.
hit? Sweet. Commander?
Yes,
I'm
Ensign.
It's faint, but I'm detecting the outline of a cloaked Romulan vessel.
She will stand up and like look over his shoulder again.
Yeah, no, look, it's they're trying to hide their signature, but they're so far out of the system that they're riding along the edge of the heliosphere of the system, and it's creating effectively a shadow against the very edge of the system's radiation belt.
Aza and or Ven, Aza and Ven, I should say, this is a role you're both looking at. Insight Con, difficulty 5. There's something about the Romulan vessel. You're looking at the very faint little that Ven's able to collect on the sensors, because you're seeing like a sensor silhouette. Like you're seeing something that your sensors barely can detect, but you are learned Starfleet officers. You may be able to extrapolate something from this data that may be useful to you.
I'm rocking an Insight Con 12.
So am I.
With a con of 2.
I have a con of 1. If you have a focus, you should take it.
Well, I was gonna say strategy and tactics from the Admiral's focus.
I would take that.
Cool.
I mean, just a strange thought. Why not ask the con person who specializes in ships about ships?
Well, only if Ven doesn't have it. I have my full trust in Ven to have this. GM, can I do positive reinforcement on Ven as I talk with him through this?
Ooh, let me look at your sheet. Because I think it's per session you can do that instead of per mission, which is hilarious.
You have once per mission. Okay.
So you're locked
Never
in
mind.
on Arlen right
We've been
now.
over that before.
Okay. Well, it lasts once per mission, but I didn't know if you could activate it once per.
That would be hilarious if it was issued once per session but lasted for an entire mission.
Yeah. Hey, GM, make your mission shorter, asshole. Like, okay, geez.
Well, we could do like classic like abusive quorum where you trigger that effect and then all the players leave and then we come back the next week, do it, and then leave again until we go into the mission where everyone has the advantage.
Stop leaving
yeah.
my house. Get back here.
Jesus. I'm thinking burning a determination.
You mean spending?
Always ask questions.
You mean spending, not burn, right?
Yeah. Sorry, spending my determination on always ask questions for a value.
I will take it. Yeah.
Yep. Then I am going to spend 2 threat, 3 momentum for 4 dice. And I do have a focus. That is 5 hits.
I'm picturing Aza like leans in and squints her eyes, and at first she's like, "I don't see what you see," and then you talk her through it, and it clicks, and then she's like, "Oh no, what class do you think it is?" Sort of talking you through like what it could mean.
Well, given the relative disparity between smaller versus larger space frames, my best guess is the Derrick.
You're right on that, but there's something weird about that Derridex. Something about its energy signature. It's just
Yeah, but the resonance pattern it's projecting against the back of the heliosphere, something's wrong. Wait.
Yeah, that does not match standard resonance wave pattern distribution. What kind of effect could have caused that?
Yeah, maybe. Let me run this through a mid-pass filter.
Of course.
Actually, I'll just put it in here. Save you guys the. What the? But why though? Oh, because it would do.
Maybe if I apply a game master stalling protocol.
It failed. You died.
Can you run it through a information compiling system formatted in a plain text document to be sent to you?
It's about this.
These are the things you can extrapolate are currently in the Discord chat.
Oh, oh.
Oh no. As we're talking through what this means, Asa like increasingly seems unsure of herself, and then she's going to say, "Mm, I want your staff to meet in the ready room right away."
Yes, Commander.
Sister kind of looks around. Senior staff to the briefing room. And she leaves one of the officers in command of the bridge.
She was going to do this before we arrived to talk about the Borg thing, but then something else also happens.
Sorry.
It's
Whoops.
okay.
You're all dead now. Hold on. Copy.
Oh, did we all get in the same elevator and then it explodes?
If
We
only.
get jettisoned into space.
They fired the turbolift like a torpedo into space. It's called the revolutionary function of the turbolift.
I mean,
The U.S.S. guillotine?
you joke? Can
Oh,
you imagine the amount of quantum phase warheads we could put in a fucking lift?
Just picture like you strap like a Saturn V rocket to the bottom of it and launch it, chemically propelled into the. All right. Asa is going to take a hesitant seat at the head of the table. She's doing her best to not show it, but you can definitely tell she's a little bit more perturbed and sullen than she otherwise would be given the pressure put on her. Is it just us four? Nope, one more.
Wait, no, he's a junior. I thought he was a lieutenant commander for some reason. Don't know why I thought. Isn't he? No, it's someone else. My bad. So he'd be here. Khan would have to be represented by a different flight officer, which would be Satrira. Would be the senior, so you go here. You go here. Science, Con, medical, security, engineering, command. Yep, that's everybody. Unless you're pulling one of the civilian ambassador in the room, but she's not normally called to these.
Ensign Ven, can you tell me what we just discovered on the bridge a minute ago?
Yes, of course. Lieutenant Rylov, I'm sending you the tactical readout right now, and he takes out his pad. We just detected a Romulan Derrix class warbird. However, we noticed a number of, shall we say, anomalous readings based on the sensor scattering it left against the system's heliosphere. Those are inconsistencies that could only come about due to specific variable geometry warp field methodologies in conjunction with certain advanced shield technologies. The only ship that we have on record that fits all the criteria and could reasonably be in this sector of space due to all known intelligence reports is the Devkona, which was reported lost in the Expanse 336 stardates ago.
As
And
in
now
the name
it's
of the
sitting-
vessel is.
So about 3
Yes.
months ago.
Yeah, and now for more like 4. But now, for some reason, it's sitting on the other end of the system, cloaked, waiting.
could the report that it was lost be fabricated?
To
Or
which
it was
faction did it
lost,
belong?
or it was lost and is now under the command of someone else, a completely different actor.
A momentum would answer that question that was just asked.
Which is to which faction does the ship belong? Or did the ship belong?
Yeah. Ace is going to turn to Rylov and say, "Can you pull up any information we might have on this ship?"
I can pull up information that Federation sources would have, and we do have someone aboard this vessel who would be able to pull up state sources.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah, there
Yes.
you go, Rylov.
Please
Oh.
pull her up to the bridge.
Okay. Talora, yay.
So Tyler's being pulled to is being summoned to the bridge.
Hey,
not
Tavara
the
might be
bridge,
racist, but Asa isn't.
Oh, to the briefing room.
Yes.
Briefing room. That was my fault.
Ace is having a moment.
It's okay. The sub lieutenant probably looks around a little. I would almost say a little confused, but at the same time, she's getting used to being summoned in here.
Yeah.
Can we say on like one of the screens along the side is the information breakdown on the Devona we have?
You could, yep.
Yeah, Ace is going to point to it and say, "We discovered this ship in a long-range sensor scan hidden within the heliosphere radiation of the Avlex system. It's a long shot, but we have to ask, do you have any information that could help us here?"
Insight plus command difficulty of 3
From her or
Yep.
me or okay.
from Talora.
Insight command. I think you mean inside science. Have a momentum.
Okay, she's reading. Damn it.
Can you turn insight tasks into science tasks?
No, she can turn any task into a science task.
Oh, fun.
It's did the reading.
Just has to spend resources to do it.
Yeah, and the amount she spends increases per time. So next time she does it, it costs 2 momentum.
Okay.
That's the drawback to it, but it is useful when she has it to command. It also gives her a focus. I believe. Let me double check. Yes, she gets. She counts as having an applicable focus, even though I'm sure she probably already had one. That said, we'll give you a threat.
1 threat eye.
We'll make that 3.
3 threat eye.
Apparently unnecessary, but we also like momentum here. And she probably just holds up a pad and starts flicking the data over to that so she can look at it rather than having to turn and look at the panel and... The name isn't unfamiliar. It's probably a vessel that I was asked to keep an eye out for. There are a lot of those that I'm asked to keep an eye out for.
From what Tower is able to discern, this ship was, according to the State Navy, they suspected this ship ran into they had chased it into the Shackleton Expanse and had a running cloak battle, which a common occurrence for the between the two forces.
Yeah.
And at some point they lost contact with the Devkona. They hung around for a bit because sometimes the best way to wait to find someone who's cloaked is sit still and let them give themselves away, because the minute you warp, you give yourself away. Usually, even the Tarkin type Klingon cloak has that flaw. If you're watching carefully, you can catch someone warping. But they detected some sort of last known contact was a energy surge, and the ship was considered lost against unknown alien forces. At which point, the state navy said, "Well, our target's dead. We are not here to conquer the Shackleton. We're here to win back the Empire." So back to the Empire they went.
Mhm.
So as far as they're concerned, the Defcona was lost due to unknown alien forces.
Yeah. So she flicked through some reports. As far as concerned, that ship was lost, although it was lost against an unknown alien force. Once it was pursued into.
I'm sorry, did you say it was pursued by an unknown alien force?
No, it was pursued into an unknown alien force.
Well,
As in, the state navy chased it, and then they ran into the Shackleton rather than stand and fight. And as best our intelligence has, and the reports of the ship's captains have, the vessel was destroyed by an unknown alien force.
is there any information on who this unknown alien force could be?
Momentum could expand
Yeah.
on that.
Let's see if there's any information from the science officers.
Reading between the lines, it doesn't say, it never said straight out. Tell her it doesn't have the file in front of her, but she has a pretty good memory. She did some reading of her own.
Yeah, doing the reading.
Yeah. She knows that, she recalls that these were not Alpha Quadrant forces. It was not Dominion forces. And it did not coincide with any of the Achilles alternate universe forces. So that's what she says. But as the Achilles crew, oh no, she was here with you. She's part of the jump. I forgot.
Yes,
Um,
she was.
so that translates. So the Romulans would have been briefed at some point. Well, they wouldn't have been briefed. She's able to figure it out on her own that they don't match anything like the Iconians, the Alcarans, or Altamona, or any of the other forces that were in the Avlek sector. So some unknown beta quadrant force, beta or delta quadrant force. Because most of the gamma quadrant ones, a lot of them are known. There may be some obscure gamma quadrant one that the Dominion never told you about, but that's a
It'll be
long
a
way
weird
away
place
for them to be fighting over here. It's the other end of the
Yeah.
galaxy. And they presumed, and they know for sure it was they were defeated by somebody, because when someone hits like a pocket of electromagnetic gravimetric shear in the Shackleton, like if the Shackleton environment ripped you apart, there's a certain signature that occurs
Mhm.
when that happens. And the Romulans are well aware of it. They've known the Shackleton for over 100 years. Well, they've known it as much as Federation and Klingons have known it. It's like, we know it's a thing, we just never bothered looking at it very hard.
Also, for assumed destruction, they probably had some indication that the singularity either stopped functioning or otherwise.
Yeah, there's a certain destructive profile that indicates that singularity containment was lost.
Which would
Okay.
make it interesting that the vessel is presently existing.
Yeah.
Because a singularity failure tends not to leave anything behind. Or much. There's small things. Part of the bridge sometimes.
For a momentum spend, can I look at the report and see if this could be the Borg, if this would line up with Borg activity in the sector?
Um,
From what information we have, that's probably a no.
I'll hand it back to you.
Okay.
The data itself wouldn't tell you that, but I would reiterate that any delta or the most likely enemies were in the beta quadrant or the delta quadrant.
hmm
And Borg is a delta quadrant power, technically speaking.
You said the enemies were probably from the Beta or Delta quadrant?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
She's going to nod her head at this and say, this is all very concerning. And The next part I have to disclose does not leave this room. Do I make myself clear?
Crystal.
I have a
Ben just looks
feeling this
around
is going to be
nervously.
involving a beta or a Delta Quadrant species,
Yeah,
isn't it?
she the display screen, the Starfleet intelligence report. Intelligence picked up signals of a Borg transmission to a scout ship in the area. We don't know how old the message is, and we don't know where the ship is, but there is reasonable suspicion that there is a Borg scout vessel operating within this sector. The Wildfire and one other ship are searching for it. However, we have been ordered to continue our mission without continue our mission, but with extra caution.
Wait, why are we still doing standard operations? And if there's Borg out there, shouldn't we be focusing on that?
And Ralph will look at Arlen and be like, because the time of transmission has not be, or the time, the star date from which the transmission was sent has not yet been decrypted.
As far as we know, this message could have been sent a year ago, yesterday. It could line up with the disappearance of this Romulan vessel. It could be a coincidence.
Fitness medicine difficulty 1 for everyone but Aza and Ryloff because they've already done this roll.
Shit.
As the prospect of fighting the Borg has loomed into the room.
For Shri, would you take a value spend of I can evade any threat?
I'll take that, yeah.
I'll just roll
generated
straight.
2 momentum.
Well, I mean, she made it.
Yeah, she passed, gained 1, then made apparently 2, so I'm going to spend 2 of that to squash.
Roger. Rolling for Sayat Sutrira will not force activation to eat up your crew support, just so you know. They're just in the room and they happen to be inflicted. They have it inflicted on them.
I'll give you a momentum. She doesn't have a focus for that. No. No. Ha!
She gained 1 with a comp, so do you want us to spend 1 more to squash?
Probably.
I think that's all the players. No, just Arlen.
2 of the support.
Arlen owes me a roll.
Yeah, I was just waiting for everyone else.
Yeah, I've got the 2
Okey-doke.
NPCs, so if you just want to get yours done, I'll sort that out in a second.
I'm adventurous. On the Borg.
You know what? Diff 0. Arlen will be the weird one in the room who seems excited by the prospect.
Hey, Borg means new opportunity is a new challenges to overcome.
Sure does, Buckaroo.
Yeah, we'll just put you on their ship and leave you there then.
Sabotage focus, thinking of how to sabotage Borg.
No.
I don't even have a medicine score to support focus, so I'm just gonna roll 2.
I gained a momentum.
Okay.
Yeah, Aza, I'll give you for free with no roll. You can tell that as the wave of anxiety washes through the room, Arlen's the one who seems to perk up rather than perk down.
Uh-huh. Do I spot anyone who looks like they are severely perturbed by this?
Not yet.
Okay.
We're still looking at Seiya and Satrira, see if they
Yeah,
freak out.
I'm gonna get Saya done quickly.
I'll grab Satrira just because why not?
Okay.
Medical technology?
I'll say no. I'm looking for like composure or something along that line.
Yeah, no. So I'm just gonna roll the 2.
Oh, you made it.
Pass, spend 2 just to squash.
Oh my god, we're going brilliant with that right now. I believe Satrira also does not have a focus. No. Emergency con procedures to not hyperventilate.
Yeah, she'd like to fly her way around this problem.
Yeah, it's called Away.
Yeah, exactly. And I'll just give you credit.
Captain, I have a solution. It's called the reverse button.
She's fucking fine, Chief. Oh my god.
Yeah, the staff in the room seemed to bounce back from that. The wave of anxiety washes through the room, and people seem to come largely fresher from it. Some people kind of, shimmy in their seats a little bit, but they kind of shake it off. It's like, yeah, well, it's, ooh, that's spooky. Okay, cool, great. Welcome to the Achilles,
Mm-hmm.
that sort of attitude.
Me-
Achilles officers
meanwhile,
are
I'm drawing-
are a weird breed.
Commander.
Meanwhile, I'm drawing up a slug thrower on my pad.
Uh, yes.
Yeah, I'm currently Shisha. Commander, while I appreciate that that facing the Borg is a daunting task for any ship, our primary mission is still Omicron 8, and while we may be technically alone with backup in the wings, this is a prototype, relatively warship designed to handle a fight. So while not looking for one with the Borg, clearly, if it were to come into contact, would probably stand a better chance than, well, most ships in service.
I admire your enthusiasm, Lieutenant. Ensign, excuse me.
Nope,
However,
Lieutenant.
Oh, that is a lieutenant.
I admire your enthusiasm, Lieutenant. However, I do not have your same enthusiasm. Yes, this ship is highly skilled. It has a highly skilled crew. It's very advanced. It is a gunboat to the nth degree. Being said, the fact that the ship has experimental technology on it is exactly why we could be targeted by the Borg. And no matter how skilled an individual ship is, I loathe the idea of standing up to such a threat by ourselves.
Oh, I agree, Commander. I'm not personally looking for a fight with the Borg. I'm just feeling it necessary to point out that if we do find ourselves in that situation, we're not as defenseless as other ships that could find themselves in the same position.
Of course.
And if the Borg do so seek to pursue us, given the advanced nature of the vessel, that allows us, through that, to divert their attention from other more vulnerable targets.
Okay. However, what was I going to say? You are correct, Orlov. I would like you to keep an eye out on sensors for any indications of long-range Borg activity, while also keeping an eye out for this Ron vessel. Talora, if you could continue to look into the disappearance of the Delvona to see if there's any more information to be gleaned. Any information could help. Otherwise, I do not see why we should not continue our mission as it is.
If I may, Commander, and this is Talora,
You may.
in order for me to gain further information, I would have to contact the Romulan state, which would, by its very nature, be contrary to the orders that you just issued earlier that nothing should leave this room.
Um, let me rephrase. The information about the Romulan warbird may absolutely leave this room. I do not want to cause a panic on the ship, however, about the role of the Borg until it is necessary. I do not believe it would be. There's no classification on the Romulan warbird.
Although it is a Romulan warbird whose signature seems to be different, if I could get a full look at these scans, I might be able to make some determinations. And they may not be very happy ones. And they may be related.
It occurs to the officers in the room upon that request that the information you're operating off of is extrapolations from a sensor silhouette. To get a proper scan, you'd have to purposefully get within. You'd have to scan that particular. You caught this by accident. If you wanted to purpose scan it, you'd have to scan the ship in detail, which may or may not give away that you're scanning. That you might give away that you're looking at it. At present, they probably don't know you see them. You saw their shadow, not them.
Mm-hmm.
But there was enough in the shadow to be like, there's something different. And it's a ship that was missing by a Delta Beta Quadrant species, of which the Borg are one of those. And we don't know how old the transmission is. So the potential exists. The Borg would be one of the species that could very easily detect a cloaked vessel. And if they're so far away from home, it's not exactly unheard of to commandeer something extra. It's more suited to reconnaissance, is it not?
That would be my concern as well. If you could look into this with Ensign Ven, conduct a full scan, reach out to contacts, do whatever you have to do to determine what this ship is and who it is being controlled by.
Well, Ensign Ven, I believe the last time we went to scan something subtly, it involved a lot of probes.
Bridge to Commander.
Yes, and Isa here.
We're getting a hail from Captain Jada. She says she's ready to enter high orbit of Avlek.
Understood. Cut the comms. Understood. And she will exit the comms and say, all right, we're all dismissed. Continue under orders or as normal until otherwise instructed. And that's all, I guess. And she will head to the bridge.
He doesn't need to go up there. She doesn't need to go up there. You do. You do. You do. Whoops, that's the wrong thing to click. Click that. Then make them disappear. Up to the bridge. What did you want Tyler to be doing again?
To research more about the vessel with Ven, either by conducting scans or reaching out to contacts or whatever.
Ship's at green alert. You're outside the Avlek system.
Okay. And now I will take the hail from the bridge.
this is SS Sure Shot confirming we have vector for the planet Avlek Prime. Are you joining orbit with us? Or
Yes, absolutely. Khan make motions to follow.
Yes, Commander.
you both warp up onto Avlek Prime. And you receive a hail from Avlek Station.
On screen?
And on screen, you see your doom, by which I mean bureaucracy.
Oof.
Boop. On screen, you see a human woman who has a chief specialist badge at her neck. This is Alex to U.S.S. Achilles. Hello.
This is Commander Asa in command of U.S.S. Achilles.
Is there any way we can be of a special assistance to you, Achilles?
Not yet. We are merely escorting the SS Sure Shot on its mission to deliver medical supplies to your colony. We are. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Commander, I just want to correct you. I'm just a go-between officer. I'm the Starfleet liaison to the civilian populace here. I was trying to see if there's. I was informed you were coming. I was just making sure if you needed our help up here in the Starfleet branch or anything like that.
Not immediately.
Okay.
If you have anything to report now, let me know. Otherwise, yes, I would like to speak to the civilian command of the colony.
The only thing of note to report is we did have a VIP have a surprise visit come by recently. One legislator Myth. Have you seen? Do you any idea why why she was here? She didn't really tell me. I figured maybe it was something to do with some operation Achilles was doing. Although I might not be clear to know that, so sorry if I'm being presumptuous.
No. The Federation values separation of powers. What the legislature and military get up to are quite distinct. While Myth might have been here on some important business, I am not aware of it.
Oh, well, sorry to bother you about it, Commander. Then I made a wild guess and I got it wrong. Oh, but no,
Okay.
that's anything of particular note to point out.
Understood. You have a nice day, Specialist.
You too, Commander. Good day, Achilles. Station out.
Okay. Yes. I will hail civilian whoever I can get into contact with, civilian air controller, some such.
You would be informed that there are a couple of people you could speak with. You could speak with the station commander, or you could speak with the colonial governor of Avlek.
Sure, let's reach out to the colonial governor. Station commander, so like the station on the planet itself, the person in charge of the Starfleet liaison.
Well, there's a civilian station itself. There's a Starfleet like branch there to help with Starfleet security, or like they're the liaison between the government and the planetary government and Starfleet if they need something.
Mhm.
So they have a small security detachment for law enforcement or
On the space station of the planet.
Yeah, But
Okay.
the colonists have their own policing system and governing system, which is within, as far officially, is within Federation standard. So you have to be elected. You have to have certain
Hmm.
Federation charter rights, so on.
Hmm.
And on screen, you find yourself in the presence. You find the presence of a certain Vulcan. If I had this, that'd be awesome. Oh, I don't. Oh, okay. So I'll do it this way. Boop, boop. Nope, wrong one. What's your name again, sir? I already forgot it. I looked right at it too. Oh. You see the person that your file says as the governor of the planet, one Governor Arvik, a Vulcan, who is a member of this consortium, whose name I do not have in front of me. I'll get that in front of me. There it is.
Governor Aravic. And she will kind of like adopt a slightly more stoic facial expression because she knows who she's talking to. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Greetings, Commander. I trust that everything went well in your journey.
Oh, quite well. Um, as you presumably know, we are here to guide the SS Sure Shot on its delivery of medical supplies. And once that's done, we may stay in orbit for a day or so before we return back to the station.
Very well, Commander. Are there any particular activities your crew wishes to perform? Any shore leave you wish to authorize? Or intend to authorize, I should say?
Yes, I was planning on docking with your station and then allowing my shoe, allowing my crew at least 48 hours of shore leave, if that would be okay with your planetary authorities.
Oh, we certainly would welcome Starfleet officers and crew to enjoy the efforts of the hardworking colonists, both on the ground and in orbit. Although I will hasten to alert you that our station is not equipped to properly dock with a ship of your size. However, I can, of course, guarantee a shuttle docking area and a transporter pad for your ship as per the standing agreement.
In that case, we shall merely enter orbit of the planet and, yes, shuttle and transport as necessary. I appreciate your hospitality. Do you have anything to report to me personally?
Nothing that is of concern of a Starfleet captain. No.
Understood then. I hope you make full use of the medical supplies.
I am certain that the various manufactories and hard workers of this colony will make great use of this for the better commercial and medical community, both at home and abroad.
Yes, I have been informed on your planet's manufactories. I am to understand that people are quite hardworking on this planet.
It is one of the driving virtues of our consortium.
A noble drive to have.
A necessary one, but your compliment is received and acknowledged.
You having she's going to like kind of smile and chuckle at that, and she'll say, "You have a nice day, Commander, or Governor."
You as well, Captain. Good day.
All right. In that case, yeah, she'll order Khan to take orbit. Um, she'll say, she'll turn on the intercom and say, "U.S.S. Achilles, we have just entered the orbit of the planet. I'm authorizing 48 hours of shore leave. Please, although this is not Ryza, take your time to rest and relax. Um, and cut the comm. And I think that's all for now. I have to think for a second.
Sure.
Um, okay, yeah. Sure. You know what? I'll schedule a meeting with the commander of the Starfleet liaison sector just to, check in.
Well, there's the station commander who is civilian, a civilian station commander. The highest ranked Starfleet officer was the chief specialist you just spoke with. They don't have much of. They have a small unit of people that are just kind of here to
Okay.
help out.
Okay. And there's no presence on the planet of Starfleet?
No, the
Okay.
consortium deals with that stuff. The Starfleet's here as a sort of extra. It's like if you need a little bit extra help, we're here. But if you don't need us, oh well,
Mhm.
we'll hang out on the station and help you maintain station security.
Mm,
And actually, I'll get you the name of that officer because you would know before you even got here who she was. That was Chief Specialist Alana Ray. Just grab that.
all right, you know what? I'm gonna walk over to Rylov. Um, you know, um, kind of speaking in hushed tones. While Ven and Talora handle the investigation of the anomaly, I would like you and any others on a crew you assemble to go down to the planet to investigate the thing that we were sent here to investigate under the guise of shore leave.
Still with us, Rylov?
He might be AFK.
No, I just forgot to unmute. He'll just very well, Commander, and stand. Is there anything else?
I do not think so. You know what would be expected of you here?
Yes, Commander. I am aware.
Very well.
He'll,
You have free reign to assemble your team, and she will go back to the CO's chair.
He'll step back and say, "Oh shit! Now I have to assemble a team."
It's Consortium of Enlightened Worlds. Took me forever to remember. Sorry.
I was going to do it myself, but like I didn't want to cause problems by leaving the ship in the hands of an NPC, so I'll stay on board.
So, as the captain now.
Mhm.
By the question, I swear there was a paler skinned but basically human race in Star Trek.
There's a
That-
humanoid races.
Like,
yeah.
I'm thinking straight humanoid, but they just have
Species.
like full black eyes instead. Very similar to Betazoid, but the Betazoids aren't that pale.
The Deltons?
Is it the Deltans?
The Deltons are the bald one from TMP.
Not bold.
Couldn't
not
tell
sure
you.
then.
There's the
Yeah,
TOS
there's a lot.
filled.
I just can't remember what the hell their name is. Yeah.
Why do you ask? I guess would be the driving part of that.
Oh, I was just trying to make that other security person, and I was like, "Oh, that's a neat token."
I mean,
I just don't know what race they would be.
well, they could be like some random race that species that's never been that's rarely encountered. It's like the Maldaeans of the Maldaean planets. It's like what other Federation worlds? Just you never see them.
Yeah, okay. Just give them human stats or something like that.
Yeah.
All right, got it. Okay, away team for a reconnaissance.
Where's my transporter room?
Uh,
Probably marked transporter room. Hey, it is. Funny that.
Yeah, it's not so easy making all the decisions, is it, Ava?
Yeah, no, I mean, there's a lot of hesitation and like, oh God, what do I do?
So
Do we have any particular volunteer? Click. Click's in trouble right now.
and are you transporting to where you're going, or are you shuttling over? I assumed the transporter room, but I was like, wait a minute, maybe you're not transporting.
Shuttle provides maneuverability in the event that something else happens that would disallow the ship to use its transporters. If there happens to be an actual Borgish problem, Smorgasborgish problem. So we'll take a shuttle.
Okay, so I'll take you to the shuttle bay to assemble your crew, your away team.
This is corpses. Hell, that's what the commander's been, murdering Arlen in the shuttle bay.
So Ryloff, enter the away team.
Sure, let's grab Citrira because we already have a con officer on the bridge, and you need a pilot or co-pilot.
She's a very good pilot.
I was thinking
And
maybe...
what shuttle are you using as well?
Hmm?
I was saying what shuttle you were using might determine how big your weight is.
This is true.
Arlen, do you want to come? Because you're another player character for him.
Yeah, I'll come.
Sauron's going down.
Lovely.
You could bring.
I presume a Type 7 if you're not expecting to shoot anything, because that's the typical we're just here to fart around ship. Or I suppose Type 8's another one you can do.
Yeah, I was thinking like a Type 8 also isn't particularly threatening
Yeah, no.
to use.
Do
So
you
maybe
want to
Cham?
bring a medical officer?
ideally,
Maybe take Saya and Cham.
Cham. Yeah. Okay. Who wants to be Cham? Brawl Cham.
I'll be
Cham the champ. You'll be Cham. Ben.
yeah.
Cham was our Klingon liaison officer at one point. Cham is a badass.
Of course he
I've
is.
seen Chan before.
Cham's an old hand from the Kismet, than the Tiger Squadron days. He was just like a Bolian with the most confidence.
Yeah. And sure, I will play Saya.
Whoa. See,
Medical officer.
And there's like absolutely none of you have anything to do with being sneaky or subtle, but
I mean, you
Well,
say that.
that's why you'll suspect us the least.
Mr. Trier is observant. Yeah.
Cham does have cold reading, so he's good at social
right.
conflicts.
Yeah, he is. Well, Doctor has a medical kit, I'd assume. Cham is command, so he doesn't have things. I forget what command. Command doesn't get anything, do they? They just kind of exist. They get authority.
Yeah.
In fact, he was only in command, but he's a security guy. He was command security, yeah, because Klingons. Made sense. That's why he's a yellow shirt.
Yeah, it's a wonder you don't make him your second officer, Rylov.
Oh my god, make Bral's Cham the security second.
He's got security and he's got command to back it up.
That'd be fun. I'll think about it. Anyone else? Or have we got a
Yeah, we're
character
full.
and a support character for everyone at the moment, yeah? Yeah. Alright. Sweet. Yeah, no, that seems good to me, and I don't... I mean... Whatever you call binoculars in the setting again.
just call them binoculars. Just probably scanner. I think is the word they use.
Magnoculars.
Binoculars, something like that. Yeah.
Something, you know, oh, like I can take... I don't know what this planet even looks like, but I'm sure someone has an argument to sightsee something somewhere. People are weird.
How about
What's the parameter of this away? What's the parameters of this away mission?
Oh yeah, I do need to brief you all on that because I'm aware. Except Satrira, who I believe is aware.
Mm-hmm.
Satrira's already aware. Arlen's aware. Why are
Arlen
you
would
asking,
know.
Arlen?
He's the gore.
I think the only
I'm
person
picturing.
who doesn't
No, just
know
remind the player.
is
This player's
Cham.
an idiot.
Cham?
No,
oh
I'm totally...
Cham is literally the only one who doesn't know.
I'm totally picturing like Arlen showed up like in like a Hawaiian shirt with like a pool floaty wrapped around him, and Rylov is like, no, we're not doing that, buddy.
No, we can actually
Aw.
dress as you would for taking leave. That does not have to be uniforms. Just have your comm badge on you. Which is your comm badge is on you for communications purposes if someone needs to reach you.
it?
You can still wear your uniform if you prefer to do that.
No, I'm going as Hawaiian shirt and Plink Flamingo floaty. Let's go.
But yes, to brief Cham, who is actually the only one here who is not briefed fully. I believe Satrira knew enough to get the doctor back, but doesn't know much more than that. Also, we got the doctor back. What information did he get on that ship? Or is that ship not relevant to this?
Well, remember he gained information while he was there. You're now you guys know that information because all the stuff about the shipments are heading that way.
Oh, so it's just like really poor quality food. I forget what else he found out. I'm not gonna lie.
It was like it's like whatchamacallit, cattle grade food. And I'd have to look back at the episode. It's been a bit for myself as well.
Yeah, it was like cattle grade food, and then I mean, other than the crew security being particularly something different.
In the general, he learned that they had very suspicious materials for a planet that, like, they don't have a reason. Because the thing is, this planet's a Class K planet, which means it's to live there, you need to be inside of domes.
So they don't
And
have cattle or things like that, for example.
yeah, I mean, you might have a pet. If you're a biologist or an agriculturalist, you might have a cow or a cattle, but you wouldn't have a whole ranch of the darn things. Like, well, why would I ever bother? Why would I come here of all the planets in the galaxy? Why would I come to a gas ball to do that?
No, so it's Class K. It's domed settlements.
I feel like if anything, you're more likely to have people who say, I have a pet cow than to have people be like, I have a farm of cows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so, yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the planet has a deadly atmosphere, hostile temperatures, and hazardous radiation. So you could never exist. You couldn't live outside the dome. The minute you left
Okay.
but the dome's current Federation tech is enough that if you can have like domed cities, and the station kind of helps support the populace down below.
Reasonable to I'm guessing the cities and the workplaces are separate domes, like the mines or whatnot potentially.
Say again, sorry.
Is there just the cities, or are there other smaller domes that would be like the workplaces or whatnot?
There'd be the workplaces, yes. If you had a mine or a manufactory, you'd have that separate from the residential dome. There's the Capitol Dome itself, which is which are the governor and all the various administrative buildings are. And then there's the various mines and manufactories dotted across the planet.
Well, never mind.
Think like Class K. Think like Mars, but a much thicker atmosphere.
Yes. Okay. Well, never mind then, Arlen. You're not wearing your Hawaiian shirt.
Aww.
Yeah, he's wearing a Hawaiian Eva suit.
Yeah, you can wear it under the Eva suit, I guess, but that's kind of redundant.
Well, it helps you with like self-confidence, which is, the most important kind of confidence.
Can I have a lay on the outside of the EVA suit?
No.
What if I ask nicely?
Wait, why are you wearing Eva? Aren't inside the dome?
Or there's many domes, and if we want to get to one of the workplaces to find out about the conditions of the workplaces, then we would need to go outside.
Well, I mean, there are many cities in the world, and you use a car to go between them, but I don't live inside of my car. You just put it on when you need to.
We're bringing Eva suits. Just
I think in
Very
this
well,
case we could
Lieutenant.
have our own gear rather than.
Of course,
It
but
would
we
be
do
good to
not
have
need
our
to
own
be wearing
gear
it all the
rather
time.
than take the local.
If you were to fly into a place and they're trying to keep something secret from you, they're going to move around to make sure you don't see what they don't want you to see. If we just have to walk in from a different side, it might be a hike. I'm sure everyone here is up for that.
Oh, I love
it's a little
hiking.
bit more
It's
subtle.
very good to keeping the blood pressure down and the blood pumping and medical health.
And Lieutenant Arlen, I believe you are fully capable of, if needing, faking a problem or malfunction with someone's Eva suit, which would explain why we would need to go to the closest dome with the utmost speed.
I could do such things, yeah.
Just something believable. It doesn't need to be an actual life-threatening thing. Just keep that in mind.
Yeah, try not to risk anyone's life. Just make it look like their life's at risk.
Well, brief charm. I don't want to go through and say the entire briefing to him. If he has any objections, I don't know what his objections would be. But that's you, Pend. No, it wasn't Pend, it was Ben. Haha. Shit. No objections? Good. Neat. Brilliant. Satrira, if you'd be so kind as to acquire a flight plan or sort out a flight plan. Find something
Yes.
that looks particularly adventurous. No, we're Starfleet after all. We just love looking at obscure or weird anomalies in terms of surface rock formations.
Of
Something
course,
like that.
Lieutenant. I don't think there's anything specific apart from like engineering kit, medical kit.
Like
The-
beyond your standard issue
Yeah,
is what I'm
the
asking about.
EVA suits,
I believe you owe me.
unless they're mission required.
They're not mission required.
Ah, yes. Had to suggest.
So that would put us at scroll. Gear. You owe me 2 opportunity for each suit that you're requisitioning.
Hmm.
There is one free one you'd get with the shuttle because the pilot, bare minimum, would have one in the event of an emergency. But anything beyond that is something you'd have to dig out of. You'd have to make ready in the shuttle so you can put it on easily.
So that'd be 8. Right? Yeah.
4 and 4.
I'm pretty sure I don't have anything that can help with that. Because Rylov doesn't get enough anything to get medals. Really? I say that, but he's got a Legion of Honor somehow.
So we're spending 4 and 4.
Yeah.
4 and 4, right?
Outside of those, I do not, unless anyone has any particular suggestions. We don't have a scientist, so we don't have a scientific tricorder. So that is the thing.
Could I?
I wouldn't worry about it. I think we can get a move on. Sorry, unless you have an idea.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Under the skies of just trying to find the best place for people like us to have some fun or to spend some time, could the Achilles, scan the planet, see if it can identify some fun locations for us?
You could ask the bridge to do a scan.
Yeah, let's do that. I'm terrified about what Alron's about to ask for. Hey, Van.
Reads and Science Div 2, assisted by Sensor Science.
Scanny boy.
To perform a scan of the planet.
Scanny time.
Should probably put.
Threat, I guess.
Taking threat eye.
I'm just guessing Talora's with you, so she'll probably just assist you.
Sense ops.
Oh my god, ship.
No.
Go over here.
That's 2 18s.
Don't worry, she carried you again. Holy shit.
Okay.
Gained a bonus momentum.
But there's complications.
There's the complication.
There is?
The ship.
Oh, there it is. You're right. Complication.
Yep.
Cannot do anything about that.
Yeah, you get the feeling that the atmosphere makes scanning very difficult outside of the domes. So the general, if people wanted to do up close, detailed scans of anything, they usually get in shuttles and fly around within below the cloud cover because the clouds kind of mess up scatter sensors a bit. But it goes both ways. Things can't see out through the clouds either, so that's part of why the station's a thing. It's to help coordinate in the event of an emergency. The station can kind of send civilian shuttles down to help people out. So
the complication.
that's the complication, yeah. So
Okay.
I won't be explaining as much of this map as I could. So this is the main landing area,
Okay.
and is the capital. Is also serves as the capital colony.
Mm.
This is the private residence of the governor when they aren't at the capital doing work. They can go over here to their own private residence, their own private dome, to do stuff there. Sometimes official things happen at their dome. Same way that a captain would have something happen in their ready room or in their quarters. Like I'm not. This is more of their quarters. Like you can meet me in my quarters, but generally, if it's business related, I'm going to the capital. It's not that far. It's on the other side of the planet, but
Is it
transporters.
just
Hmm?
is it just the house? Excuse me. Is it just the house of the governor, or is it like the Capitol grounds with like administration and stuff?
This is his private residence, so it has
Okay.
his housing, his library, his staff, his personal staff rather than the government staff.
Okay.
And there would be. He also has a Vulcan temple there as well.
Okay.
At these various symbols you see like this, those represent mining facilities. So mining towns, if you will, but they're more mining. A lot of people, if they're just here for non-mining related stuff or manufactory stuff, they're in the capital dome. But if they're actually in a mine, like working in the mines in some capacity, then they're in these areas. The rest are fairly explanatory, mostly large deserts, mountains. These show that there's huge canyons and crevices that dot that entire part of the world. Sorry. These symbols, those little red symbols there, indicate huge chasms. These indicate high areas that aren't mountains. They kind of have this quick drop-off area. I forget the word for that. Plateau? No.
Ravine?
There's precipices there, so be alert that there are areas that kind of drop off suddenly. Chasms are the little red ones. Yeah.
I have 2 bonus momentum worth of questions, if anyone has any.
And the only last thing I'll note that to help you with the key, this symbol here, you get an energy signature of some kind, but you don't know what you're looking at. The cloud cover isn't whatever it is giving off some sort of weird reading, but the cloud cover's scattering it too much. You're not really sure what you're looking at.
Is it a large signal?
You're not sure.
Question. Or possible question. They're both from Ven's scan. From the scan, is there any no-fly zones?
For a moment, we could pull that together.
Yeah, that'll be my free question.
Oh, you got a freebie. That's right. Yeah. Plus your bonus that's flying around. The highlighted area in question.
Because that's a...
Why is it,
yeah.
Do we know why it's a no-fly zone?
That's another momentum.
Yes.
Classified.
Due to severe environmental and weather hazards, no ship may enter this area of the planet for their safety and the safety of rescue crews.
Someone has a weather team up, weather machine up there.
That is strange, especially considering how localized this effect seems to be. Commanders, this is something I should look into further, this mysterious anomalous effect in the northern hemisphere.
Yes, please.
Good. Then we'll continue to look into that.
Due to the complication, you require a probe or shuttle to be below the cloud cover.
Uh,
So you'll have to wait until
Okay,
after we get down
yes,
there.
I will instruct the shuttle to investigate this and the anomalous reading they got.
All right.
Don't have them send any readings up to me. We can put them through the ship's computer.
What were these markings, or do we not know?
Markings again, say again?
Mines.
Mines.
The
Okay.
mines, yeah.
I mean, to me, it seems like we could probably park ourselves, somewhere here.
How much would it cost for a signal boost?
One opportunity.
Or one threat, but
Yeah.
should we get one of those for the shuttle? So while we're under cloud cover, we have a clearer line of signal to the Achilles.
Fair point.
Well, I will note a signal booster would be for a ground team to talk up through it. Anything stronger than the shuttle's normal communication system requires an upgrade to the shuttle.
So, I get a good idea though, Bent. Good idea though.
I mean, even if we end up going down to the surface, it still wouldn't harm in having one just in case.
In the team. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because if we can't contact the shuttle to then relay it to the Achilles, no, that's fair enough. I see where you're getting with the temporary airlock, Arlen. But that requires to make an entry point, which is damaging and then also evidence.
Temporary airlock portable device that can help interface between class and class. Oh, not from the shuttle to something else. You mean an away team going click? We're making an airlock.
Yeah, if we wanted to go from the outside into a dorm or into a dome or vice versa without compromising the whole dorm.
It would be that I would call it an opportunity 2. That's a very complex device you're talking about because you'd have to be able to blow a hole you have to carve a hole for the machine to fit in, and then very quickly slam it into the spot.
I was just thinking if we're looking around and stuff, in case we have to go out loud or we have to make an egress really quickly, that might be handy. But if you don't think that's advisable, we don't have to take it.
Also,
Sure, you can carry that, Erlen. We'll pay the 3 for the signal booster and the temporary airlock.
Okay. I need to check something.
Listen, to an extent, when you guys mention something that has a vaguely paranoid secondary meaning to it, but he's going to be like, good point.
Better than not needed than needed than not and not have it.
To that end, are you taking any special weapons with you beyond your standard issue?
That is far harder to explain away. Yes, we need this Type 3 phaser for climbing.
We very specifically need all of these tools useful for breaking shackles. If we encounter any shackle monsters.
The Shackler.
The Shackler?
Yep.
The Shackler of the Shackleton.
Yep.
Oh my god,
Horrible.
he's like the urban legend. He's like an enchained Starfleet officer who died on a ship that went out with all hands, and now he haunts the Shackleton.
Yeah, it was Captain Shackler.
Captain Shackler?
Shackler.
Captain William Shackler.
From
Jesus
Jersey.
Christ. Anyway, moving on. I believe that's all.
I mean, would he be the captain of the U.S.S. Marley?
Molly?
No?
Marley.
Marley. Oh, okay. That makes more sense.
So, if I'm understanding the key correctly as well, this is mountains in a cavern.
There's a mix of mountains and chasms.
Charming.
Lots of places to hide.
Yeah. But also, none of the work camps around. I mean, we can also always move the damn shuttle if we feel like it. So I suppose we could be like, "Ooh, this is a neat place to check out." Look, it's still outside of the exclusion zone. It's fine, guys. We're respectable Starfleet officers. We can.
And to
Make
give
that
you an idea of the rough scale of these hexes, by the way, these are about 1,000 kilometers from edge to edge.
Okay, so more or less hiking through the. Ensign Satrira,
Yes,
how
Lieutenant.
confident are you in your navigation skills at incredibly low altitude in order to avoid detection?
I believe I can be relatively precise when required, Lieutenant.
Good, because if you're not, we're all dead.
That's good to hear, but I think if we die, that's then someone else's problem.
Technically speaking, yes. We'll come in from the north and make it look like we are landing in this vicinity to carry on our activities here. In actuality, we'll go as low as reasonably possible, using the terrain to get as close as reasonably possible to that. And once we make landfall there, we can use or be a relay for the Achilles to properly scan that vicinity. It's going to take
Of
some
course.
pretty nifty flying, though, I would imagine.
It's possible. But I will see what I can do, Lieutenant.
Come back to the shuttle bay. 'Cause you haven't quite left yet. This is just you looking at at the scans.
So yeah, we've got the plan, we've got the equipment we need. I believe we have everything we need to go, unless anyone has anything else they want to mention.
No, I'm thinking good.
Okay. Arlen. Similar concept to with the suits. I need you to be ready to make a plausible deniability aspect when it comes to our navigational systems. If you can really tie it into environmental factors, that would just be the icing on the cake, is I believe a human saying.
I can certainly do that.
I can just be ready to make that a thing.
Could I create any advantage that I have system setups that way I can very quickly turn on the damage and go, oh no, environmental damage. Our sensors are all messed up. I'm sorry.
You could go into the shuttle and program it to do that, to give that sort of false indicator.
Yeah.
Control engineering difficulty 2, assisted by the computers plus engine of the shuttle, which that would be
Okay.
the Type 8.
I got it.
Oh, have you got the Type 8?
Yeah, I'll get the Type 8.
Sabotage
ship,
as a
damn it.
focus?
Yeah, because you're
Make it
faking.
look like it's damaged? Yeah.
Yeah,
It's the only fucking ship you get.
Yeah. Don't worry,
Um,
I'll steal a Romulan one at some point.
Lateral thinking to think of unique and creative ways to damage it without damaging it.
I'd say so, yeah. 'Cause you are trying to fool people into not realizing. You're trying not to making an easy guess at the puzzle. You're trying to trick them.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is there a Romulan shuttle that's scale 2 that can act as a dropship?
Yes.
We'll need to get one of those.
That is just the Romulan
Just
shuttle.
like acquire an
perfectly
entire
runabout.
shuttle from a enemy faction. Yeah.
Is the runabout a scale 3?
2.
No,
Scale 2.
2.
So
Oh,
it's
yeah,
a- so it's a
close to
Delta.
runabout. Yeah, the Romulan shuttle. I believe it can carry like 20 or 30 people.
Jesus, we need
It is
to
a dropship. It's a cloaking dropship.
Oh, you're talking, yeah, because there's the Romulan runabout equivalent, which is the scale 2 version, and then there's a scout ship, which is like scale 3.
Yeah.
No, I'm just talking about like a shuttle. Like that would actually be super helpful. But no, I'm just thinking out loud.
I believe the engineer still owes me a roll.
He does.
Yep. Take 3 threat. I'm gonna generate some momentum off this.
Certainly. Boop.
The ship has not helped. It has tried its best. Oh my god.
It's a shuttle. I wasn't expecting it to help much.
Wait, why am I doing it this way? Oh, right, that's why I'm doing it this way. Right. Whoop. Then go back to here, grab this, put it back here. Good. Boop. All right, yeah. So you're able to set up an advantage where the you have a pre-programmed failure state that you now, as an advantage, you just as an action, you just go boop, pretend we're damaged in a way that isn't immediately obvious, but it looks severe. You look like you have a major breach somewhere in your structure, probably, or your engines.
It's
Not enough
for
to make you blow up, but enough to
navigation
make you have to do something drastic to save yourself.
Yeah, that or the idea was for navigation, be like, oh no, our navigation computer says we're somewhere here.
Yeah.
So we didn't realize we were in breach of this. Sorry, that's a technological failure.
Gotcha.
That's just sorry, officer. They come if they get angry.
Temp airlock, Evo suits. What was the last thing?
Signal booster.
Oh, signal booster. Just checking that out so I don't forget. That's something you have in the away team list. I'll throw it in here as well. All right, it's programmed into the shuttle computer.
Okay. We are ready to
I
depart.
think we've escalated the situation enough.
Escalated? No, this is to prevent escalation. Listen, you put the Romulan in charge of an infiltration/investigative thing. Yes, this is exactly what you would expect. The only thing he hasn't done is attempt to rig a cloaking device to the shuttle, which feasibly he could do. I had the
In
option
contravention
before.
of the Treaty of Algeron.
Yes. I was almost authorized to do it before.
Yeah, the shuttle, I presume, Bridge authorizes shuttle to launch at their leisure.
I would hope so.
Oh
The
yeah, 'cause
captain is presently unavailable, so
Yep.
well, we are on a leisure trip, so leisurely we shall go.
leisurely, yes. There's no need to hurry on the flight down, that makes it look even. We're just going on down.
We're all going on a summer holiday.
You begin drifting down through the, diving down to the cloud cover. You guys are coming down this way. And you're tending to kind of dive through these mountains.
Yeah, because there's lots of low ground as well there that can be used to hopefully navigate beneath observable means. Or at least throw them off.
Is it kind of like the old if you're being chased by a missile, you keep going like low to high near water to mess with the radar?
Yes and no. It's more we're a small craft near lots of really big things and going beneath the technical surface of the planet, which just makes us harder to pick up.
As you start getting to here, you are hailed by the civilian station.
This is the shuttle Pysander.
Shuttle Pi Center, be advised you are entering a no-fly zone. He's not entering. He says you are near a no-fly zone. Advise you correct course.
Acknowledged station. We're planning to land right about here to take some leisure time in this rather unique geological formation.
Yeah, this place rocks.
Acknowledged shuttlecraft. Do you want a running weather report from our navigation system in case the anomaly moves north?
That'd be
Or are
appreciated.
you good with your systems?
We can never. Having a failsafe is never a bad thing.
Very well, shuttlecraft. Maintain connection to subspace channel 532 Delta.
Acknowledged station.
And you get a ping on that exact subspace channel, and it's doing is it's just a live broadcast of their computer, a computer voice basically reciting the weather conditions of and sensor readings of that particular anomaly. It seems the station has a running eye on that at all times. I wonder why.
Yeah, I wonder why.
We should probably send that signal up to the ship so they could also look into that signal, just to keep an eye on it.
I mean, it's a signal from the station. But yeah, no, we can also do that. Yeah. Patch in the Venn. The diagram.
And I'm gonna call this Daring Con difficulty of 3, assisted by the shuttle's engines con, as you go through the cloud cover and you're trying to basically, my understanding is you're trying to get danger close to these mountains and the chasms and try to disappear among them. So you're like really close for a shuttle.
Essentially.
Yeah.
Citrier's good at that, though.
Base just so you know, it was base diff 2 just to create an advantage. I had 1 difficulty just because the terrain's difficult to be flying through like this. It's not safe to be doing this normally.
Okay. So helm control will definitely hit as a focus.
Yep.
I'd like to sell one for flavor, if possible.
If possible, sure.
Extra vehicular activity.
You would need to be outside of the vehicle. Hence extra.
That's for if we fail.
Oh. Well, helm control's going to hit. It's just that would nice flavor focus.
Yeah, yeah. Extra vehicular would be like the closest thing that's still a craft is a work bee, because that's still that's essentially a little bubble you put on your head and you fly around in it. It's not really a small craft, but it's too big to be a EVA suit.
Yeah.
Thread the needle's not going to work because we're not being attacked, so...
Yet.
Precision maneuvering. Reduce the difficulty of a task by 1 to a minimum of 0.
Yep, but to just do. Because the increased difficulty is because of the terrain. Yep.
Yep.
This is exactly what she's trained for.
Yeah, I was like, this is exactly what she was just doing in the asteroids, actually.
Yeah.
I shall give you a threat, please. For a bold reroll. So, up 1.
And it was engines con, I believe, from the ship.
For
Yes.
flying, yes.
The little ship that could.
You see these mountain ranges just rushing by you, and the shuttle's banking, and for brief seconds you can hear the slight rumbling of the navigational deflector shields on the bottom of the shuttle as it's scraping the edges of the chasms, and you see it bank every so often, comes down near the desert floor, comes back up again.
Don't worry, it's supposed to do that.
Sometimes you can't trust sensors to tell you you're close to things. You need the auditory hint that you're about to hit something.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have between the cloud cover and you being so close to the terrain like this, you are now, instead of a diff 0 thing to see for someone underneath the cloud cover, you're now diff 1. So the station will have lost contact with you. Achilles will have lost contact with you unless you call them. Like they can't see you right now because you are way too close to too much stuff, and the cloud's kind of blocking your signal. So the only people who can see you right now is someone who is looking in this particular terrain hex, looking for you.
Which, if we landed, that's the same kind of signature be giving off. So, as far as they know, I hope.
Give me, since you are trying to hope they bought the lie, presence plus. Presence plus con or command difficulty. It's just a civilian guy. They were just you're Starfleet. They're not too worried about you. So
Yeah.
diff 2. It's not a huge opposed roll. It's just base. Does it sound believable? Does it sound like a thing a Starfleet person would do? That doesn't sound. You don't say anything that sounds weird or change your tone of voice. Like we're on a expedition. Like a weird pause. Like what? That sounds suspect. Are you being held at gunpoint?
Not yet.
No, not yet. We're gonna investigate.
So as always, I have the paranoid trait. That may or may not.
That cuts
apply
neither
here,
way
actually.
in this case
Yeah.
because your paranoia doesn't help them.
They're a civilian guy, so I imagine Defector doesn't do anything because he doesn't know.
They wouldn't care. No, the consortium wouldn't care
Inscrutable.
with you. That will bring diff down by 1.
Could Cham help? Because he's got a focus in coordination. He can help coordinate with Rylov.
He could, like he might be showing him notes, like, hey, here's some things that we would be doing if that was what we were doing. Yeah, we're gonna look at this terrain feature and that terrain feature.
He's like looked it up when there's like actually a named terrain feature here that's like, yeah, that.
Somebody get me a terrain feature, something. The Morosa Valley, yeah, sure, whatever.
Yeah, we're going to the big rock. We're going to the Vasquez Rocks. Apparently some important stuff was filmed there. We want to check it out.
Every planet has a Vasquez rock.
As for focuses, not paranoia, not investigative techniques. Guerrilla tactics we're just misleading information is what we're giving to mask our true purpose.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Okay. Otherwise, I was going to go for Admiralty focus strategy and tactics. Okay, it's diff 2. Okay. My complication range is not 3. Let me turn that down. It's fun being at 3, though, sometimes. And I'll give you a momentum. Oh my god, okay. So, that being said, mission directive?
Which one?
Let me go find the appropriate one again. Yes, keep all operations as covert and discreet as possible.
Yep.
Or investigate the consortium installations for illegal activities. That was terrible. Go. Ooh.
I mean,
15,
it happens.
18, 15. Are you shitting me? Okay. So, as a veteran. Haha!
As a veteran, I'd like to try that again.
Yeah.
The train.
My
That's
God, have we
2.
not used that before? Vet training?
We've used that before.
Okay.
Tragic. I didn't keep it the second time, but it got me what I needed it to.
It got
See-
you what you needed.
See, the only meme we can do for this now is just like Kylo Ren go.
So it seems that you have not attracted undue attention to your situation. You disappearing, and standard procedure for most Federation worlds would be to Not if you are out of contact for longer than 24 hours, they would probably contact your ship and go, "Hey, we lost contact with your ship. Are they okay?" Because they might be on some mission that they're not aware of. But they won't look for you themselves because there's a Starfleet ship sitting right there. It's like, well, that's your ship. Do you need help or what have you? So you have at least 24 hours now before the civilian authorities start wondering what's happened to you.
And ideally, we're not out here that long. We'll find out.
Well, 24 hours. 2.74 star date to be more exact, because that's a day in star date. So yeah, you're lancing through the mountains. Where are you going?
All right. To like the edge of here.
Okay. I need another daring roll. Daring con diff 3 engine con.
Diff 1 precise maneuvers? Or diff 2 precise maneuvers?
Yep.
You knew what I was trying to say. I'll give you a threat.
Certainly.
Fish. And ship.
And shuttle.
If he's not back, I'll quickly grab.
I'm here. Eating.
How dare?
Yeah, I know, right?
I didn't authorize eating.
I'm a rebel.
Oh, there you go. Shuttle helped.
Wait,
Yeah.
do you have a cause?
Yeah, food.
Any advantage you wish to create, as you are able to navigate through that entire hex of terrain safely.
Maybe an advantage of if on our way out, the quote-unquote escape route is safer because we've travelled it previously.
Like you log it in the computer, go this way.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we can secure the route.
Yeah, I'll take 2 momentum to secure that. We cut up to the bridge. This person's not here. This person's not here.
So we're waiting for them to get into position, I assume. We've got to sort out those scans.
Commander, we have lost contact with the shuttle as expected.
Understood. Let me know if you receive contact again.
Then I need you to give me reason, science, difficulty 5, assisted by sensors plus science, because you have lost contact with the Romulan ship.
Testing a theory into practice.
That's unfortunate for them, yeah.
That is unfortunate.
Yeah, exactly.
Talora is also here to help you, so.
Nerd.
Could she help with insight?
She could, yeah.
Given Romulan talking about finding a Romulan ship. It's like, I don't. This one's a Tel Shiar one. I can tell you some things about it.
I'm going to spend 2 momentum for a 4th die.
Oh, we knew seemed as well, so I'll spend 3.
We did.
Rerolling.
That's 5.
And it was brought down to diff 4 because testing a theory.
Oh, okay. So
Yes, it was. Romulan naval protocols, analysis, surveillance.
Roger, yeah.
You get back here. Who gave you permission to leave?
Target ship is now within the star system.
Oh, it's approached. It's approaching.
I was gonna say, for a question, for my free question, based on the distance traveled, based on previous scans, am I able to determine their general trajectory?
Certainly. Is that a question you're asking me?
Yes, that's my free question.
Avlek Prime.
Of course.
Do you want to use your
Hang on.
special boy power?
Well, hold on.
Special boy power.
Well, hold on. Let me confirm how much. Is that what we're at? We're at 5 momentum.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Then I'm gonna. Hey, cool! I get another one.
Look, special boy power activate. Wonder boy.
Great.
Pro tip: you cannot hail someone.
Form of bucket of water.
You okay, GM?
Pardon me. Sorry.
The water's supposed to go
Wonder boy
down the
power
esophagus, not the
activate, form of
trachea.
bucket of water.
Okay. Ven, any other questions you have about the scan?
Well, with that last question, new question, ETA.
Your mom.
Wow.
Oh, I mean, if you see the threat he has, it could be immediate.
At current speed.
Say that.
Actually, hold on. There's a fast way to do this. There's a. At current speed, they'll arrive in maybe 3 hours. But they're within system, so if they're because they're moving at like maneuvering thruster speed, they're moving super slow.
Yeah,
If they impulse, they could be there inside of the hour. If they warp, they could be here instantaneously. At
Commander,
current speed, they are hours away.
Commander, we lost the Romulan vessel for a moment, then picked it back up. They're moving in system. As it stands, they should be here in a matter of hours. They're making a beeline for
Avlik.
yeah.
A beeline for Avlek.
Yep.
Okay.
Ben Avlek.
I'm okay. GM question.
Sure.
So, Asa has more knowledge of the Star Trek universe than I. Do Romulan ships or just ships under cloak in general have the ability to like scan ships outside? Because I was thinking about going to yellow alert, but I don't know if that would give away our cover. Or give away the fact that we don't give away the fact that we know about them, that their cover is busted.
Yellow alert. Your ship turns its shields on normally, which would alert them. You can do a shieldless yellow alert, which is they wouldn't know you're doing anything because that's just communicate inside the ship. But if you turn on your shields, they could see that on sensors. Because your energy signature would spike suddenly because you have this big ball of energy around you.
Mm-hmm.
You can scan from out of cloak generally.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. In that case, I will say, go to yellow alert. I want the crew prepared if something happens, but keep shields off.
Right. Wow.
Acknowledge shieldless yellow alert. All hands yellow alert. No shields.
Antilla would like to compare this signature to what she would expect from the ship. Where is this deviation that she was told about before?
Oh. Insight or Reason plus Con, difficulty 6. Assisted by Computers Con. The high difficulty is the fact that this is a Telshare ship is very classified, so
Oh,
you're making a lot of guesses as to how the ship actually was. I will knock it down to 5 because she is a Romulan naval officer. So the things that would be classified to Starfleet officers are not classified to her. She knows there's certain norms that every warbird would have.
Yeah. And there's the fact that there's currently a rebellion, which means the Star Navy's shot down several Tal Shiar ships and taken a good look at them.
Yeah.
So
what cool toys do you guys have that we don't have?
it's like, that ship we weren't allowed to even look at before. I'm looking at it. What are you gonna do now?
Yeah.
I'll assist.
Let's see. Analysis focus.
Yep.
Strategy and tactics.
Yeah.
Reason plus con. You're getting a momentum. That's a science roll.
Oh, it only scales during the scene, not across the mission.
Yep.
That makes sense, actually. I see why they did it that way.
So, between last scene and this scene, she's done a little bit more reading on this. Maybe, Let's see.
So it's okay, cool.
God, diff 5.
Well, we've got a bunch of momentum on the board.
She does.
Plus, if you hit, the ship's already crit for you.
Oh, it has 2. Okay. So really, I just need 3. We'll go... That's not how that works. One threat to momentum. And the threat is because she does have bold science, so I do like having that. It is useful.
Not related to your role. Something I'm doing.
What?
Your difficulty has not changed.
Okay, I was like... Ven. Let's see how
Yes.
useful you can be.
Not very.
Oh, did you already roll?
Yeah, it can be slow. I rolled.
Oh, there it
18.
is.
There it is.
Well, 2, 4, 6, 8. Apparently.
Yep, that's right.
Well, no, don't do that. Where are you? There you are.
Yeah, that's about what I expected. Imagine my shock. Oh, wait.
And you just lost sensor contact again.
Yeah.
They sped up and moved. They did not warp, though. Warp would have given them away.
Yeah, okay, well, they probably went to impulse. If it was impulse evasive or not, that is hard to tell. My earlier assumption was entirely correct, by the way.
Oh.
She's just gonna, like, look at Ven, turn slightly to look at the commander, and then there's various other Starfleet people here that were not in the meeting.
Asa will what is it?
Oh, I guess she'll just speak quietly then, and point to the various things. The vessel is Romulan, or was at one point. It has been assimilated.
God damn it.
Resistance is futile.
That is what the extra.
Torpedo incoming.
Yep.
Shields up.
And we are in combat.
Oh, and we don't have our tactical officer.
No.
And due to the fact that
Ironically-
you're at a quiet, you were standing at a shieldless yellow alert. The fact that you had yellow alert, that meant that one of the tactical officers had their hand hovering over the shield thing the whole time, going, "We're not shields up, but we're a half second away from doing it."
He's just sitting there
Mhm,
like, I'm
mhm.
ready, I'm ready, I'm ready.
It's a
Typing
very
Yeah.
stressful. Shieldless yellow alert is the most nerve-wracking time for tactical. It's like, oh god, I have to basically have a hand resting over this control the entire time we're talking. But hey, if the captain wants it, that's what happens. So, whoop, shields go up, and a torpedo incoming. And I'll put you all on the board. Where are you? Nope, 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 nope. The people who are active, I'll put on the board currently. Where are you? Where are you, Romulan? Where are you hiding? Stop hiding in
In
my
science.
things. Stop hiding in science. Even though I
I
put
am
you
a
there.
scientist. What else do you want me to hide?
In a war crime tribunal. No,
I have not committed any of those.
that you would admit to.
Not by Romulan standards.
Woof.
What?
Just woof.
Listen, Vin, you can't complain. Her science has helped you many times.
Oh, it has.
Or maybe you can complain because you don't know the morality behind where that science came from in the first place. And you never will.
I mean, I'm going to point this out. This is going to suck, but we also have 8 resistance, which is going to probably have to spend.
Oh yes, I will mention. They have 6 resistance.
Yeah, it's a scale 6 ship.
Well, it's been assimilated. One could reasonably assume most of the time that has been altered. But everything else has been standardized on that vessel. It is kind of creepy. It's all 10s and all 3s.
Torpedo made impact, unfortunately.
This is a well. Oh, it's going to be a modified plasma torpedo, quite probably. So this is going to hurt, and it's going to remain hurting.
Oh, we did get the shields upgrade.
Yeah.
Just make sure.
So is the only reason why we got shields up because I specifically called for the yellow alert? Because
Yep.
I was really only doing that for dramatic reasons. Okay.
Yeah, that was a great call. I have caught people flat-footed like that, going, "Well, you're at green alert. I get to shoot you." Thanks for the free hit.
To be fair, if we hadn't been at an alert and the ship just vanished again, Taylor would have been like, "I recommend we do this," but we were already at yellow, so it was like, eh.
Either they were expecting us and this was a trap the whole time, or I don't know.
2, 3, 4.
There are innumerable possibilities, but right now our survival is what matters.
No, I know.
Persistent 8.
That is horrendous.
Oh, dear lord.
And crunch. You take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 shield damage. as it pierces through, as I spent to penetrate your resistance.
Rude.
Yeah.
Oh, am I picturing like a clean through shot? Like it goes in one side and it shoots out the other end?
Yeah. And you have plasma fires all across your ship right now.
Wonderful.
Yay. Because
What's the
persistent is
complication?
terrible.
Oh, damn, that's the other thing I need to do. Ah!
You
Come
okay over
again?
there?
I'm fine. That's Ensign Lieutenant. All right, the empty Pip's Ensign, correct?
Hmm?
The empty Pip is Ensign in Starfleet, right?
No, the empty
Uh,
pip is enlisted. One full pip is ensign.
Yeah. The single gold pip is an ensign.
Yeah.
And that was a salvo of plasma torpedoes, so this had the spread quality.
Oh, they broadsided us.
I don't know.
So this will also affect a random system. Do like half of the
Mhm.
damage of the initial hit, rounding up. Plus one for each
Mhm.
effect rolled after the first. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 3, 4, 5. I have to. It's a separate attack, so I have to spend to pierce through you again. 2, 3, 4,
You don't
5, 6.
have to, but you will.
I mean, and again, to be fair, look at how much he's just had to spend to do that to us.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, I definitely noted that, but it's like, ooh, spicy.
Oh yeah, it hurts. It's just
It's
like,
still spicy.
wow.
Regardless of how much he spent, it is still spicy.
Okay, so I'm gonna.
And I will continue to use the word spicy to describe it.
Well,
No.
considering it's plasma, it's definitely very spicy.
It's definitely it's extra spice. They brought
Well, I prefer my torpedoes be plain.
Don't worry, we have quantum to return. Unless, they knock out our quantum torpedoes somehow, but I didn't say anything.
Is there anything we can do about this damage, or is it we're just tanking it?
Well, if we happen to have a certain Commander Thralic, yes. However, no.
I mean, I think
Okay.
you can. There is a role for one position, I can't remember off the top of my head, to put out or to lessen the effect.
Oh, you can if you I think you have to dedicate an action to removing or dealing with the plasma fires. You could do that.
Yeah.
I was meaning like the precautions thing to just be like, oh no, we don't take a breach.
How many shield damage did we take?
Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 plus 3, 4, 5.
Yeah,
5.
just for the second one, so 5. Okay. Yep. Okay.
Did your shields pop from that second hit?
No.
Well, I can look at your sheet and just keep spending because they're gonna.
Yeah, you're gonna have to
It's hard
spend
to-
another 9.
No, they're not. Oh God. Well, 2, 3.
Oh, they're gonna try and beam across immediately.
Like,
Oh
Nine.
no, you're right. Oh
Yes, I'm right.
fuck. Yeah, this is all
1 second, I'm
hands,
finishing
arm
creating that other
yourselves,
security
holds no
character.
quarter. I the Federation expects every man to fight to the death.
Yeah, here's why I'm finishing putting in that other security character. It's becoming more and more relevant throughout the episode that she exists.
Well,
That's
we're gonna
hilarious.
It's some Borg up against the hoplites. See how that fucking goes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here are some Betazoid names. I'm just gonna make them like a offshoot Betazoid thing.
Jesus, you really had to spend everything you had to get us here.
Mm-hmm. But hey, I normally don't do this for enemies because most enemies don't try this damn hard, but
This is the
Borg.
it's the Borg.
They're supposed to be a bit
It's
scary.
the Borg.
Okay, so what are we looking at for total damage?
You have 2 breaches to engines and 1 breach to computers. Your shields are 0.
Our shields are zeroed. We have 3 breaches total. 2 to engines means the engines are what? Damaged, disabled.
Impacted. So you lose
Impacted.
You lost 2 power from being impacted at all. Those don't stack if I do multiple impacts. Correct? Book? Correct. I have to get you to damage to do anything more than that, which damage requires half of your. The engines have to have 3 breaches for damage to kick in. So you're 1 more breach in engines from a damaged engine system. Right now, your engine system's just being pushed. Oh, and they appear because they fired. And you have 2 persistent 8 plasma fires on your ship.
What does that mean?
So at the end of each round, you will suffer an additional 8 damage,
Mhm.
twice, which will last for 3 rounds.
Okay.
So right now, with your current resistance, you
Mhm.
would take 2 damage because you have 0 shields. That would constitute a breach.
Okay.
And I'll note that that red 2, I fired. I rolled the complication, so they wasted a turn. They're gonna waste. They're not gonna have as many turns as they should have.
Okay.
If
They're
we have,
inefficient with their use.
if we have resistance 8, shouldn't we be eating the 8?
Oh, you're right. Yeah, sorry. Yep, you're right.
The torpedoes do nothing, or the fire does nothing.
The fire does nothing.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. If it's even if it's 2 lots of 8, that's still 8 versus 8 both times.
That's true. Yeah, because they don't happen. They happen. They're 2 separate events. Because you have like plasma fires on one deck and plasma fires on a different deck, so your ship's actually weathering that.
Okay. Well, first things first have to be restoring shields, right?
Yeah.
It is our turn, right?
I mean, he could
Return this.
swift or keep.
Yeah, are you swift in your keeping?
That's a good question.
But if you do, you're shit out of resources. I wouldn't beaming. From
Don't worry, we'll give him more.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we will. But it's like
He knows that's true.
beaming
Well,
from
he
that
should
distance
give
is going to
more.
be difficult.
It's a Borg capital ship. I'm sure they've got the money for it or the resources for it.
Bang! They're gonna warp to here.
No.
I am not gonna give myself a diff 0 roll because that makes no sense. I just spend the power because that'd be a way for me to get threat item. I wouldn't let you guys take that roll. So why would I benefit from it? So I did.
You wouldn't
that.
let us make a diff 0 roll?
If it was just warping from one point to another, I'd be like, unless you
Okay.
guys are completely screwed, I would give it to you.
Mhm,
Otherwise, like,
Unless there was a complicating factor.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because DMs aren't supposed to do diff 0 rolls too often. Once in a while is fine. Or if I know you need the momentum, I might do it. But I shouldn't give myself that benefit. Or sorry, I shouldn't give the enemy that benefit. I should say. I moved 3 zones, so I moved 1, 2, 3. Wait, 1, 2, 3.
So 3 power.
Well, I got that part. I just couldn't minus one number from another for a second. Oh,
Sorry, try to be helpful.
no, it's okay. Yeah, I used up all my power. Damn it.
So we need to kind of discuss how to. I think engineering should definitely go to restore some shields.
Yep.
And
Okay.
this is the Borg who've just fired upon us, and I think we should upkeep and security should go anti-personnel quantum phase torpedoes.
Yeah, give me a second. She doesn't have any of those. None of those. None of those.
Like, if that's
3, 4,
just a
1.
suggestion, if people have a better idea, please.
Yeah,
I think-
I go
Yeah,
ahead, Aaron.
definitely. Yeah, engineering in-game shows up.
We are the Borg. Lower your shields and surrender your ships. We will add your biological and technological distinctiveness to our own. Your culture will adapt to service us. Resistance is futile.
GM, narratively, can I call out red alert battle stations? Or does that take an action?
Narratively.
Technically, a red alert should only take like a minor action to do.
Yeah, it'd be part of your turn. As a miner, you would call
Okay.
a red alert to activate the weapons. But I will note any bridge officer is authorized to call red alert. The captain isn't the only one who has to do that. It's just the captain generally. Narratively, you could call it out, and if someone else's turn goes up, they hit the
Presses
button,
the
that turns
button.
on. Yep.
Okay, sure. I will say red alert battle stations, and yes, Arlen, if you would like to play a support character who can raise our shields back up.
Satal has a focus and shield modulation, and so
There
he
we
can
go.
do it. Another option, and kind of a stretch, but Click has a focus fortifications. If you want to give him an activation.
If you're gonna go for it, if you're the one activating, activate.
GM, would you accept the focus of fortifications to raise shields?
I would, yeah.
Okay, because I want to boost that character up.
So specialist Click was put on engineering duty.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, Click, I'm gonna need you on the bridge for a bit. Why? Don't worry about it. You'll get a lot done today. Okay. I am,
Okay. Specialist Click would like to regenerate shields.
Well, too bad. I don't like bugs. Bugs don't get turns.
What's this, Starship Troopers?
I was gonna
Only
say
good
something.
bug is a dead bug.
That's racist.
It's species.
Yes,
It depends on the universe.
Yeah.
it's appropriate.
What's that? Fascism's bad. What are you talking about?
God, how many people missed the entire point of that movie?
Wait, everyone
anyways.
in Buenos Aires speaks perfect American English? Wow!
Well,
Everyone-
you're
I
telling
think
me
everyone in that world speaks
Paul
English.
Verhoeven was a director who satirized things? I
Yeah.
can't believe that. If it happens in the media, then that means it's what the director wanted to be real.
Click owes me control engineering difficulty of 2, assisted by structure engineering.
Dude,
All right.
the fact that
we
that
need
series got 3 films is insane.
we need to get
Like, no.
all of the momentum we can get. I'm going to give you 3 threat. Good job, man.
Was that a success?
Diff was 2. That is a success. You regain 2 shields, plus 2 for each momentum repeatable.
Drain everything.
Yeah, do it.
Yeah, we'll spend 5.
Spend 5.
You're up to 12 shields.
Oh, and click minus the red alert.
Miner's red alert. Got it. Your weapons power up. Torpedo tubes are loading.
Yeah, and it also lets the hoplites know, we're under attack.
Yes.
Oh,
That is something to consider.
one thing you would have had. One action that Click would have had to do would have had to spend a miner to get the engines to work properly because you're doing. Oh no, you didn't do an engines thing. Never mind. You didn't
didn't
need
do
to
an
do
engine roll.
You're right. Never mind. I think. Oh, what was the other thing that was impacted? Freaking computers.
Computers
Yeah,
1.
Yeah, so you didn't do
I'm
anything science related, so you don't need to worry about that. Okay, don't worry about it.
I'm not seeing that on the sheet. Am I?
It's not marked on the sheet.
If
Oh,
it's
it's
not
on the
marked, it
sheet.
should be.
The U.S.S. Achilles, yeah.
Yeah,
Did you save it or?
you don't save it. It live updates.
Do you want to reload?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just popped it up and I
Reload.
see it.
So, are you keeping or swifting?
Anything else you need me to do, or are we keeping?
What else can Click do?
We don't have any momentum to keep.
Who can spend a threat?
Spend throughout. Wahaha.
What a great idea!
Yeah.
Oh.
I think the only thing I can, like, Click could do, especially with, say, the fortification focus, is modulate.
Could I modulate from this station?
Stand by. I believe modulation is a security task. You'd have to override. It would be an override.
Probably
No,
not then.
2 full difficulty increases, 1 for the swift task, 1 for the override.
So maybe
And
just...
I assume you don't have a good security score.
Actually, my security's 3, so.
If you think you can do it, do it.
My sheets look very different all of a sudden.
I think, honestly, we're probably best off with just a keep.
Yeah, and I was
Yeah.
gonna say, if
Because it's
we
gonna be
wanna
the same
modulate-
cost anyways.
Well, I was gonna say, if we want to modulate shields, I could do that because with the computers down, I'm in a bad place in terms of science rolls.
Mhm.
But I do have a decent security score.
You modulate shields then.
Keeping?
So returning threat to keep.
So, are you doing it from the science station, or are you minor action moving over to a security station?
You could also just activate a
then-
support character in the security station.
True.
Yeah, but that locks me into security. So.
No, it
let's-
just eats
you don't
your
have to
turn. It
continue using the support character.
It's your turn.
just eats your turn. You're not locked to that person.
Okay.
But it's up to you, because easily a minor action Ben could
Yeah.
get up, walk over, and do the task.
Oh, yeah.
Because
No, that's just me
security has a
playing the-
lot of consoles.
Yeah, I think I'll do that then.
Because either way, your
Yeah.
turn's being used.
I think, we
The
can kind of
moving will just-
narrativize it as, the shots happen and the lights flicker and like a console explodes and the security officer goes down. So Ven hops onto that console to modulate the shields.
Yeah.
What's the roll?
Control security, I believe.
Control security, assisted by structure engineering, difficulty 2.
2.
And by base, you get what, 1 shield up, 2 shields up?
Your resistance goes up by 1 for succeeding, plus 1 for each momentum
modulating,
spent.
right? Yeah.
Oh, do you want a minor fix to computers?
He had to use a minor to get over there.
Okay.
If he wants to do another
Yeah.
minor, he'd have to give me a threat.
Yep. Hang on. I just want to quickly check my Okay, I don't have a good milestone for this, so I'm just gonna spend. I'm spending 3 threat on this.
Good shit.
Threat eye.
Yeah, after. Oh, no. Maybe next turn I'll do a rally.
Oh no! Hang on.
Oh,
I'm gonna do-
Did you fail?
No, I succeeded, but I complicated on top of the other complication. Hold on, I've got stuff.
That is a ship complication, by the way.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
he comped on his roll. It's just coming through.
Oh.
Yep. Hold on a moment. Can you quash a ship complication if you have the bonus momentum or no?
Yeah, because bonus momentum is spent like momentum.
Okay, well, hold on. First thing I'm gonna do. God damn
Thank
it.
you.
Okay, so that's one bonus momentum. I am spending my Legion of Honor to quash my own complication, and then I am Starfleet Medal of Honor to generate 2 bonus momentum, which I'm going to use to quash the ship's complication.
Okay.
And I don't think I can do anything with the bonus momentum I generated, because I don't think there are any like bonus momentum spends for.
There is. For each momentum you spend, your resistance goes up. So your resistance has got up by +1 just for succeeding. For each momentum spent after that, it's an additional resistance. So you're currently at like 9, but if you spend that 1, you go up to 10.
Okay, I will do that, and then, you know what? I think this would be a good usage of my, of my resources. I can Medal of Honor again to get another 2 bonus momentum. I will spend 1 to up it again, and then the other to minor task again, restore computers.
Restore what, sorry?
Computers.
Computers, I.
God damn.
Do you Swift?
I do not. That was like everything I had.
I gave you everything I was, everything I had. Not even sure what I'm quoting there. It just sounded dramatic. Control find. Hello. There we go. There we go.
Yeah, the one time Pen is not here. Oh, have the Borg.
No, right? Oh boy.
I mean, it's a little bit impressive to say, yeah, I got promoted to take command of the Achilles, and then I immediately fought the Borg, even if we die in the process. And like, to talk about like having the last word, it's entirely possible that my last message to Starfleet is saying this mission seems too dangerous for one ship. The Borg could attack and we could all die. And then, the Borg attack and we all die.
Freaking told you so.
Oh shit, guys, don't forget we can spend bonus momentum to bring in the other ships.
Yep, I know.
I totally forgot about that.
No, you're doing something important, so don't worry about it.
That still works. Whoa. Oh wow.
Oh.
Wow. Well, the assist can't happen because the initial roll didn't do anything.
What?
There was energy that happened on the Romulan ship. You're not sure what the hell they were trying to do exactly, because whatever it was, they didn't do it.
Okay.
Had something to do with their sensors and engineering systems, though.
Wow.
I'll take
They
it.
were attempting to beam.
All right, is it our turn?
Goes back to you. Yep.
All right. I would like to do a rally task to get us some momentum.
Why am I typing it up? Presence command, difficulty 0.
Okay. Yeah, she, after calling out shields up, red alert, she is going to sit back down in the chair, and because I had to reload roll 20, my sheet isn't up. And yeah, I'll hit the shipwide call button and say, all hands, we have engaged or been engaged by a Romulan vessel assimilated by the Borg. All hands man your bow stations. Security teams on every deck. Be prepared to fight till the end. I have the full faith in all of you. I have my full faith in all of you. That's all, I guess. And I will cut my comm and man. Okay. Can I convince you value spend? Despite my experience, I still have so much to learn because this is doing many things I have not really done before, commanding a ship into combat and then fighting the Borg. And I don't really know what I'm doing here, and I have to learn my way through it.
I will take it.
All right. And that's 2 successes, presence command, which I'm quite good at. Yep, that's a 14. Cycle guidance, person, positive reinforcement. Nope. All right. Sure. Why don't you take 5 threat and I'll roll 4.
Sure.
Okay, so that's 4 momentum. Do I spend to quash, or do we keep the momentum for something else?
Do you have any medals?
I'd say if you got meld, use that, but if not, we should probably squash because we do not want panic against the Borg.
Oh,
I know. The math has worked out that I have the Decoration of Gallantry 3 times, and that's it, which is the half your damage one.
That's really funny to me.
Yeah, it's the only one I've been able to get for multiple times I've had rep. Okay.
We are a counselor, to be fair.
Yeah, I don't often get into shooty fights. Oh man. How much momentum is it to call in the other ships?
Their scale. So let me get their numbers for you. The logistics craft, the Katana, is 3. The Wildfire, the patrol craft, is 4.
Okay.
I will note you could request assistance from the Sure Shot with 4.
But they're a civilian medical freighter. I assume they are not a combat ship.
They're a Orion
Trader.
free trader. They have disruptor cannons and phaser banks. But you're right. Their operating procedure, unless called upon to be a merchant marine, they are to get out of the battle area, to not get in your way. But if you say, "Hey, help me," and it's like, "Oh, okay, well, here's the appropriate paperwork. Shoot at the thing I'm shooting at." All right, Starfleet said I could shoot at them.
Yeah, you are being enlisted. Okay. Oh God.
We're probably worried about the comp first.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. What do we think is more important, calling in one of the ships to fight with us or quashing the con?
Well, first thing I was going to say is roll your veteran.
Oh, yes.
You might have that determination back.
Yes. Oh, come on.
No whammies? Oh my god.
Okay. Can I spend on the same value to re-roll a 0 on the comp?
You certainly could.
Okay. Well. Okay, so that's 5 momentum. Okay. Let me look at the stats. Should we call up the Wildfire or the Sure Shot?
Honest opinion is keep and take a shot. I don't think we're at that level yet to call people in. That's a personal opinion.
How many turns do we have left?
3 players have acted. 2 more players can act.
Okay.
When you call in a ship, they get their scale in turns.
And they would be an NPC ship, so you would handle them, not us, or would we handle it?
You could handle them, but you would be subject. You would only be using their embassy
Their
crew
ship.
stats.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Asa Arlen.
I feel like calling it a scale 4 ship would be a good call.
Yeah. All right. Sure.
Although I'll say something real quick. Insight Command difficulty 2 for Asa. She might know something about the Borg from her from some of her war buddies.
Strategy and tactics as a focus.
Only if it's Taxis. If it's not written down that way, you don't get it. But yes.
Oh God, take a threat.
Certainly.
That's a Ferengi focus.
You said. You said Insight Command or Security.
Command.
What
Command.
would a
Okay, big threat.
Ferengi Borg say? Accumulate?
No, that's the Ferengi Daleks. You are aware that there's a unique thing about the Borg. The Borg tend to, as a sort of way to manage their resources and not dedicate too much processing power of the hive to any one particular engagement, because you're fighting not just a ship, you're fighting the massive computing power of the entirety of the Borg. And they only dedicate so much resources to any one ship, because what do they care? So they will match the pace of their opponent. That is to say, mechanically speaking, they have as many turns as you do. So even though that is a scale 6 ship, I am forced to have only 5 turns because only 5 things will happen on your ship. If reinforcements appear, I get their turns as well, even though it puts me above and beyond 6. Because the Borg don't care about like space limitations and stuff. They're just plugged into the computer. It's just a matter of them to think that they should do a thing.
So they would get 9 turns,
right?
If we called someone in,
right?
Well,
that changes.
Yeah, I think we should just fuck them up.
Yeah. All right. Nope. In that case, I will keep and scream, shoot at them.
Tactical. Who
Is
are
that
we?
me you want to shoot at them?
If you wish.
Who's shooting?
Are we keeping or are we
who do we
like?
have around?
Yeah,
who can
we
do
spent for keep.
All right.
Yeah.
Whom do we have around who can? I believe Penned.
It's
Pen,
us two. Yeah.
Yeah. Would you like that to be made far easier to do?
If that is possible.
Yes. Well, I mean, they've assimilated a Romulan vessel, but there has to only be so much they can do with that. So let's have Talora go through and find something.
Okay. And is it Kasai who will be doing the shooting afterwards?
Presumably.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna keep him open.
That is the one that I just put in as the second officer.
Yeah.
For security.
So this is Taora doing a what?
Yes, I literally just made them. Scan for weakness.
Scan for weakness, aye?
As I believe the mechanical thing of what it would be.
Yep. Let's get those numbers in front of us. Brain, there we go. Control science, difficulty 1, assisted by sensor security.
Yes. Well, yes, the focus in robotics.
Given you're fighting Borg, yeah.
I was like, actually might be relevant here, but she does also have analysis, or Romulan naval protocols. Given presumably that is still a Romulan ship to some degree.
Yeah.
Which is the way that she was talking about doing that. So you'll use Romulan naval protocol just in terms of.
I'll take it because you know the weaknesses of the Warbird. What few there are.
What few there are.
Mm-hmm. You know, yeah, you can identify like, oh, this spot has lesser hull paneling to accommodate for this machinery, so, you know.
Well, also particularly, the modifications they have made have undone this particular structural security, so hit them there.
Yeah, I'll say to you as well, when you see this Borg Warbird, you see the Warbird, and then you see chunks of it that are Borgified. So you can still see the silhouette, which is kind of the shell game of it. It looks like a warbird at a distance, but once you actually get within proper sensor range, no, that's a Borg ship.
Yeah, there's the appendages sticking out of it and whatever else.
Yeah.
Much like how like a Borg drone kind of looks like a person from a distance, and then when you
Yeah.
get up close, you can see the cybernetics. You can just see their scars are all over it.
Funny fact,
there
there's
was
rules
never
in Delta
one.
Quadrant book for Borgifying starships. That's how I got this.
Yep.
Is there
How
any
fun.
scan you can do on that?
Yeah, I figured that's what this was.
I've never actually done scan for weakness, so I don't know what it does.
So if you make it before the end of the sensor operator's next turn, on the next attack, that attack gets piercing 2 quality. There's more to it than that. I'm looking at the short sheet. Pretty sure there is.
You also get 1 extra challenge dice per extra d20 you purchase on the attack roll.
Thank you.
Right,
That's
and
what it
power.
was.
Yep.
Been a while since I've seen someone do this.
Okay. Yeah, I know.
I do
I
all
was
the time
going,
on Wednesdays because I'm the
used
tactical
to be
officer and I'm a chaos minion.
used to do one of the things that Myth would do all the time, but
Yeah, I could see us doing like a solid ooh, actually at this rate, are we at close? I can't quite tell.
I'd
You
say-
are close.
You could unload with the phaser cannons.
we could. I was going to say the value of survival has always been about being 1 step ahead, or at least 1 step ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems relevant here. I wonder
This
why.
supporting character today, how do they have a value?
Talora?
Oh, to Laura. I'm sorry. I thought you I thought you were the new security. That's
Ooh,
out.
Ben's running her.
My bad.
I was like, no, she's not
Never
quite that advanced yet. And I'll give you 1 and 1 just to get a 3rd die with a reroll. Because
One
if
and
we
one
can
eye?
make some momentum, I might have some plans.
That was what, diff
That's current.
2?
5.
Diff 1.
Diff 1.
Diff 1.
So I'd got the ship, so if that's 5 from you and 1 from the ship, that's 6.
Okay, so 5 momentum. I have the understanding that you're about to unload into that thing twice. Yeah,
That's a solid assumption.
a solid assumption. Could I spend 2 to have the effect last for the next, 2 shots?
Well, it's until your next turn.
Right, yeah, he's spending. He's asking if I'll take that bet with the chips. I'll say no because that sounds like a talent to me.
Except it's not a written talent anywhere, tragically.
Yeah, that sounds like a custom talent I would make. Like that sounds talent powerful.
Damn.
I got a possible question.
Yeah.
While Talora was scanning for weaknesses aboard the Romulan vessel, did she pick up any Romulan life forms, or are they all Borged?
Yeah, no, that's, yeah.
Can I ask me that
Something
question?
she would reasonably look for as well. Yeah. It's like, well, yes, they're Telshi are, but...
Stand by. I have to find out how many of them are still not assimilated yet.
Yeah, if there's anyone who could stay on a fucking assimilated ship and be a nuisance for a while, it's probably the Romulans.
Click. Not that, but this. No, this, but that. Yeah. Which means I need this, right? Scroll faster. There it is. The short answer to that is a number of the crew is Romulan. A significant portion of it is Borg. I can get you more exact percentages in a bit, but there are Romulans and Borg mixed on there.
With that answer, there's a possible advantage. When we attack next, that any injuries that may occur don't happen to the Romulans. That we're specifically targeting Borged sections of the ship.
You could do that, yeah.
Ooh, could we specifically target the areas that are the seams between Borg and Romulan areas of the ship to like break them apart?
Fun. Actually, I have the percentages backward. There's only 20% Borg crew over there. The rest is Romulan trying to fight off the Borg. The Romulans are still.
Wait, they must be like first contact style, like they're locked in like only some decks, but the Romulan or the Borg have full control. Oh,
No, that is made so much better by the fact that this ship has been missing for like
300 days.
it's been missing by 300 star dates. It's only been missing by 100 and something days.
Yeah.
Oh,
122 days. So
Still 100 days.
So
Like,
that is funny.
with that
100
being
days
the
of
case,
hell.
yeah. So with that being the case, could we create an advantage of our attacks coming up next, specifically targeting the Borged area?
You can identify what the Borg area is. Actually, targeting is something weapons would have to do and take the appropriate difficulty increase. But you can choose. Normally, you can only target systems. This advantage would add an extra target of, hey, I don't care what you hit department-wise, just don't hit these parts of the ship.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. But at least we can specifically then target Borg.
Yeah. You could do that for 2, yeah.
Yeah, fuck that. Yeah.
No.
And when that ship's ruined and the Romulans can't do anything about it, guess what we've just captured?
Well, I mean, Federation law, I believe, dictates the destruction of the vessel.
Well, I mean, after we've killed the bug, we can still capture a Romulan fucking ship.
I will remind you, you're not at war with the Romulans.
I was just going to say that we're beaming the Romulans who survived into our crew quarters or into our hangar. That's what it's called.
Oh, you mean the big brig?
There is an argument that could be made for capturing this ship as part of, the Borg attack on this planet.
We'll worry about that after you've beaten this thing. You got it in your scan.
Also,
Or like if we beat it.
and y'all being like, oh, the ship's not fully. The ship is still partly assimilated, or assimilated. That's past recovery.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you want to pull.
That's
some
what they said about
Kelsiar
7 of 9, but then Jerry Ryan's contract got extended.
Yeah.
Anywho.
Anyway, yeah. There you go.
GM.
Jerry Ryan's a nice lady, though.
Issue.
So, I believe that's me.
Yes, it's you.
Because you... Well...
You fucking coward, don't you dare.
Warp. And it's a diff 1 task, because I've done this before. Unfortunately, that means I can fail it, so I actually can't. I really have to make sure I hit it. Well, this is going to be very... I'm going to move very, very slowly. Wow. I get one threat back. Hooray.
You actually needed to spend all of that.
Good thing I did. Good God. Brain power.
Don't you only have
I
5
would've
goals?
used- Hmm?
Well, you said you only get 5 goals because there's only 5 of us.
Yeah, I'm just calculating something. 1 second.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we'll stop there. And now I need to calculate how much power I used. What? Wrong thing. This one. Thank you. Hey, I lose 1 power. Turn goes back to you.
Okay,
Well.
it's Kasai's turn, right?
Yep.
Yes, I'm about to have some fun.
Security, let them have it.
Of course, Commander. Focus in tactical systems.
Yep.
I'm assuming this is a control security task.
Say again, sorry.
Control security task.
Yep. Well, what are you shooting?
I feel like it would have to be the standard phasers.
I was thinking torpedoes.
Yeah, they're currently at long range.
Yeah, so I was just gonna fire for a couple of torps at the Borg section, like specifically targeting that section.
So that'd be a Div 4 task, just so you're aware.
Okay.
Are you firing a single torpedo or a salvo?
That's down to the commanding officer.
Full salvo, please.
They salvoed us, we'll salvo them back.
Okay, so
3 threat goes to me due to a salvo attack.
yeah.
This uses no power.
I'm going to spend 2 threat and 4 momentum. Fortunately, this is the character's first ever activation, so I'm trying to make sure I hit.
Please.
And the ship.
That definitely hits.
So we gain 3 back. So, just doing some quick calculations. Salvo gives us an extra 1 or 2?
Gives you an extra 1 to your damage dice.
And did we get any more from elsewhere? Would be like scan for weakness?
For each die bot, you gained another, so you
Got
get 1
3
extra
more.
die. Hmm?
We got 3 more, didn't we?
No, just 1. Because the sub-lieutenant only bought 1 die. So
Oh,
one
that
for
buy of die.
salvo, 1 for scan for weakness.
Oh, right. Like, so is that buy die? I think if it's like buying for the firing die, never mind.
I thought it was buying for the firing die.
Verifying, standby.
Listen, I honestly don't remember. That's what I'm thinking. Which
For any bonus d20s purchased for that next attack, you're right. It's for the shot, not the scan.
so I'm
Otherwise,
adding.
I did technically buy 2.
So I'm adding 4 dice to this.
Yes. 4 on top of 3, so you should be firing 7 on your torpedo shot.
Torpedoes fire 4.
Oh, you use quantums, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm rolling an 8. I'm just rolling normal quantum phase, so they're going to be high yield.
Roger. Oof.
I'm gonna spend one.
Yeah, please reroll that.
I'm rerolling
7.
one. Oh, I'm rolling 7, am I? 1 second.
Holy shit.
Wow.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 raw. You pierce 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Which ignores the resistance, so that's 13 straight into them.
And it's also a salvo.
Which gives spread. Let's resolve the first
Yeah.
damage first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
And I believe this was specified directly to the Borg section.
Yes, although subsequent breaches will.
Oh yeah, I know that is like the primary focus was like a high yield straight to the Borg.
Yeah, I mean, fortunately for them, this is a pretty acceptable casualty. You are very unfortunately on site a Borg vessel. You might be blown up.
Oh, spread does no damage.
As the shields automatically adapt to the energy of the damage from the first part of the attack.
Shit.
I thought the point of quantum was they couldn't do that. Damn.
I'd like to throw out a question, but I'll accept the ruling.
Throw out the question.
So, quantum phase technology, and having looked this up via Star Trek means, this is a transphasic torpedo designed for Borg. They don't adapt to transphasic torpedoes.
They shouldn't, you're right.
Okay.
That should alarm you. You are right. That shouldn't work.
Oh, fuck.
Like, that's it. I'm accepting the decision. I just thought I'd point out these are technically transphasic torpedoes.
For momentum,
Yeah,
you
but-
can understand why that's happening.
Sure, they've evolved somehow.
Oh,
Or
thankfully
or
that's
is
not
it
the case.
because it's a Romulan base? That's helping them
Hey.
out.
Yup.
Right, okay, but yeah, I just thought I'd, like, 100% accepting the decision, just thought, maybe it's something forgotten.
Got some info out of that, so I'll take it.
Yeah, no, it's something that the cubes and the spheres can't do, but it's something that they were able to manage with this Romulan, with a simulated warbird.
Understood.
Yeah, normally you're right. If this was a cube, I'd be like, that doesn't work, because that's exactly what that's for. It's precisely to ignore the adaptive shielding bullcrap.
Yeah, that's also why I was kind of confident if we got into a fight with, like, Borg, we literally have the one weapon that can devastate them.
Yep.
But I believe, should we Swift and fire again?
Well, we'd have to use like phasers.
No, we wouldn't.
Would
Like the
the
regular
scan for
torpedoes.
weakness still apply?
Until the next turn, I think.
Okay, then yeah, definitely do it.
Next attack. That attack has happened and
Okay.
gone.
Yeah, we can
So-
still hurt them.
I attempted to see if I could have the advantage apply to 2 attacks, but unfortunately.
Wait,
I'll point out to you, Ven, because we don't actually get into combat too often these days. We are quantum phase specialists. We don't have to mine it to load torpedoes.
no, that's not the thing I'm trying
They've
to...
adapted to.
Yes.
They've adapted to that damage. They are unaffected from that damage for the duration of the combat.
Yes.
However, I mean, quantum phase
For that
torpedo
scene, sorry.
specialists would assume that we can reasonably quickly counter adapt the torpedoes, but that would be a different role in its own right. I don't think you could minor that.
Yeah, you'd have to do an action roll to tell, because that's the one advantage you would have with quantums, that they adjust the fear to your torpedoes. You're like, fine, we'll just adjust the quantum signature of the stupid torpedoes.
Which is something Ven can do.
Well, I can still phaser array them. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
You could-
otherwise we don't have regular torpedoes anymore, apparently, huh?
Oh, you did breach me though, so I have to mark that.
I know it's technically a high yield.
And the high yield is not a separate attack; it's an effect of the first attack.
Correct.
Yep.
Yes.
So,
So that's
high yield just
Yeah, it's just
that's
two.
me. Yeah, because there's no check for the high yield. It's like, did you take one breach? Yeah, take two instead. Like, wait, what? Torpedoes, get wrecked.
Did that
If
have
we do-
an effect
we
on the
didn't crack
Borg?
their shields.
That will, for momentum, I'll answer that. I know the answer, but you might not. They have one less turn than normal because their Borg amount is low. This normally wouldn't happen because a Borg cube has too many Borg, but there are a limited amount of Borg, and some of them are dedicated to fighting the Romulans aboard.
Oh,
And now there's a lot
no.
less of them now.
Oh dear.
What
We
a
might be
shame.
beaming people over to help them liberate that ship. I feel bad that I sent you on that mission, Rylov. I didn't know the fun stuff would be over here.
Don't worry, there's gonna be fun stuff on the surface.
Oh yeah.
I'm sure.
Well, I've spent to Swift,
Spent the Swift. Whoops, not that one. This person. Yep.
so this is now. Should I continue to tag it with the phasers?
If you're trying to hit with phasers, and you're trying to aim for just the Borg bits,
Yeah.
that's diff. You're diff 2 normally, +1 because of long, +1 because you're swifting, +1 again because you're targeting a specific area of the ship.
It's like diff
So 5.
Yeah, it's still, that's possible.
And you would spend for each. You have to spend at least 1 power for the shot. For each additional power, I think up to 2. You can add that much more to your shot because you have phaser arrays. But you're using the phaser array rather. Unless you're using. Actually, do you have arrays? What am I talking?
We have
about?
arrays and cannons.
Okay, yeah. So with arrays, you can do that.
Yeah.
Wait, with any phaser, what am I talking about? Don't mind me.
We'll probably spend more into it. I'm gonna roll first to hit. So take a full 6.
Take a full 6. I will need you to call up power before you roll.
Oh,
Because that's a gamble you take in case you miss.
oh, okay. So we'll just spend straight 3, considering we're still pretty much at full.
3 power of your
Yeah.
8. You
5.
able to chill
then?
with that? You'd be down to 5 power.
Okay then. Here is the 5 from him.
Hey.
And the ship.
Clean hit.
So I'm gonna roll an array with extra 3 dice. I'm not calling for spread because there's no point.
Yeah, because if they adapt to it, it won't matter.
Oh, here we go.
Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 raw.
Right.
Could reroll 6 potentially.
Yeah. Reroll 6 and maybe trying to add piercing to it.
Hmm.
How much does it cost to add piercing? Is it both?
Uh,
One momentum for 2 piercing.
Yeah, it's one of them.
oh, it's 1 for
Maybe.
2. Whoops, I overspent earlier. Oh well.
Well,
it's
if
one
that's
for 2.
yeah, if that's the case, I'm gonna spend 1 versatile for a reroll. I'm gonna spend the other for piercing.
Roger.
So I'm gonna roll to 6.
Eight. 12. You're doing 12 after resistance. which would be enough to knock out their shields and cause a breach.
Yeah, just put that remaining versatile into piercing.
Oops, not the fire. Forget
Yeah,
it.
try to restart your PC, Author, see if that helps you out.
So breach 1, breach 2. And adaptive shielding can't happen now because the shields are gone. They look heavily damaged over there. And then on screen, the shot hits. You see it zooms in a bit so you can see how bad the damage is. Whoop, is that it? No.
I was gonna say that sounds a little too hopeful. And that's more like it. Yeah.
And for a brief second, you see a flash of a bright white light come that seems to pierce the top and bottom of the Romulan vessel. You then see a secondary flash that goes across its the other axis, and then all of a sudden, it just crushes and annihilates itself.
Ooh.
I mean, yay success, kind of.
Sensors, where did that ship go?
Taora knows what happened.
It's called its engine just went goodbye.
I'm guessing that is indeed the singularity containment failing.
And the exact way that happened, that was a scuttling feature. That was not a cause of that was not your attack that did that. The ship did that.
Do you think that means the Romulans sacrificed the ship to save us?
No, don't make me laugh. No. Why would
Then-
any Tel Shiar officer sacrifice their lives for a Federation ship?
Well, it wouldn't be necessarily just to save us, but to deliver a blow to the Borg. Because why on earth would a Borg vessel choose to sacrifice itself like that?
Could also have been a play to prevent us from getting our hands on, well, a Romulan warbird.
There are
Learned
a
from
innumerable
Borg
number of
technology.
things that it could be. It could be that the
Think we'll
Borg
ever
realized
know.
that they were damaged and unable to escape, and therefore the vessel would be better destroyed for whatever purposes it was undergoing. It could be
Sensors,
that the Tel Shiar crew took the opportunity of the ship being in combat to initiate the self-destruct.
sensors, can you scan for life forms? I don't think anything survived that, but just in case.
It
No
is
life forms
possible.
detected, Commander. We're getting a message
right.
from the Sure Shot. They're requesting permission to salvage, although I don't know what they think they're going to salvage over there.
No.
No, that ship is Federation property now. Stand down to yellow alert. I want a damage report in my hands, post haste. And we're going to need to send a team out there to pick up those remains because I think Starfleet is going to want to take a look at them.
And with that, that'll be the end of the episode.